morning, everybody. Brock and Salk show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and, of course, YouTube. Saw a lot of people yesterday finding the show on YouTube, maybe because I wanted to see the Mike Macdonald interview. That wouldn't surprise me. Maybe some of those same people will show up today. I want to see Daniel Jeremiah, who will join us on video at 8:30, of course, NFL Network, and he's been with us all year long for the Seahawks, and about as good an analyst as you're going to find out there. We'll talk to DJ at 8:30, and we got a lot of other fun stuff planned. No other guests, but just a lot of other cool, fun stuff planned for today. I'm out of sorts. I'm doing the best I can here. I'm having, for the second time in a couple week, technical issues. Maybe some of you out there have had to change your password at work at some point, because, you know, they force you to do so every once in a while, and I get it. You don't want to get hacked. You don't want to get phished or whatever else is out there. AI bots and God knows what else. So, all right, I changed my password, and then nothing works. I kind of have my day streamlined. For anybody who wakes up early to do a show like this, you kind of know exactly how long you need because you want every available minute of sleep. Well, a lot of those minutes got taken up today by desperately trying to re-sign into this and that and print, and oh my gosh, what a disaster. So I don't have anything planned for 6 o'clock. What do you guys want to talk about? Seahawks? I think we could probably do that. You want to talk Seahawks tomorrow? All right.
What's the alternative?
We can talk about the Kraken. Points in 8 straight games. My guy Jacob Melanson coming up with his first goal last night.
Good
hitting
for
everything
them,
that
but
moves.
I think at this point I'm going to
We could talk about the Mariners.
feel confident that the listeners would rather hear about the Seahawks with the first, the number 1 seed in the playoffs.
You think so? All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll relay to you a quick story, and then we'll talk about Mike Macdonald. I'm going to ask you guys a question in a sec. But I saw a guy last night that I am getting to know. He's a hockey dad, really nice guy. And he's not a big sports radio listener, but he's been nice enough to tune into the show over the last couple of weeks because he knows I do the show. So he's tuned in a couple of times. He's like, yeah, I got 4 NPR presets on my radio and now 710. So I'm like, all right, hey, that's fine. I told him about 97.3 HD2 in case he wanted to listen, and crystal clear high definition radio. So that was another option for him. He says, so tell me, what do you guys do after Seahawks season? Do you get, are you off until September? Like a teacher? It's like, what? No, I wish. Look, we talk Mariners. We talk other stuff. There's off-season stuff. He's like, oh, I figured you were just off from, middle of February until, the Seahawks get going again in September. It's like, man, from your mouth to God's ears. Like, where do I sign up for that sucker? I'm all in. What did you think of Mike Macdonald yesterday? Anything jump out to you guys as we're going to spend a while today talking about that? I liked the interview yesterday a lot. Mike, obviously it's sort of a funny back and forth, and it's very, very different from how the Pete interviews were for all of those years. I never heard 16-second pause? I think it was 16 seconds, and we just kind of let it sit there and wait for Mike to answer. We never had that with Pete, who's never in his life at a loss for words. But I really do feel like I'm starting to learn more and more about Mike, about the Seahawks, about the team by having these conversations. And maybe even just in the last month, I feel like I personally have learned more than I did maybe in the previous year and a half plus. So I've actually started to really enjoy the conversations, which I admit at the beginning were a bit of a slog for me and probably for him as well. Maybe Brock would say the same thing. What did you guys make of yesterday? Anything jump out to you?
I mean, yes, but some of it I think you're going to get into later. One small thing that stood out to me was that I think it's the second time that when he's been asked about, to me, if you ask about some of the bigger names like Leonard Williams or Nicky Manwari or someone, he'll give them some praise, but he always kind of says, especially with a younger guy like Manwari, he'll give the caveat that, they still have to grow or whatever. He loves talking about Drake Thomas. I think he loves the underdog that pushes through and perseveres and probably outplays their talent level.
Well, and they seem to have a few of those guys, right? Obviously, he's going to be one of them. Tai Okada is going to be on that list. I think you're probably Who else do we have to talk about in that vein? Who've outplayed Josh Jobe, definitely, right, would be on that list. Guys that not a whole lot was expected of them necessarily. But, Okada's filled in nicely for two different safeties who've missed time, and they don't seem to miss a beat every time he's in there. Drake Thomas, kind of a different story. Drake Thomas legitimately just took over, just beat somebody out.
Become a really important part of this team.
Well, and he was supposed to be a backup. I mean, let's be clear. He was supposed to be Tyrese Knight's backup. He beat him out. He was just better. Like, it's that simple. Last year, Tyrese Knight did that to the, guy who was here beforehand who they traded. And this year, he had it happen to him. He Wally pipped somebody last year, and then he got Wally pipped. Except I don't think there was an injury, so I guess it's not even really a Wally Pip situation. He just got flat out beat. And it's funny, we did talk a little bit yesterday about some of the differences between the end of the Pete Carroll regime and how things, have been very different. And we talked about Jody Allen. And I think that's an important thing to remember again, that, she's a person that gets a lot of grief often. And I never met her, so I don't really know what to make of it all. But, man, has she made a couple of really good decisions when it comes to the Seahawks over the last couple of years. Thinking back to the end of the Pete Empire, that was one of the things that became fairly obvious, is that despite all of the conversation about competition, it didn't seem like there was a lot of accountability behind it, that there was no real competition for those jobs, so that if some of the younger players or less heralded players were potentially able to perform better than the people in front of them, there didn't seem to be a path, because these jobs seemed to be kind of held forever.
Yeah, Pete seemed to get away from the youth movement
Yep.
that really started the whole thing for them.
100% agree. And so, sometimes things get stale. Like, it's just time for a change. And I think maybe the Drake Thomas story, and we probably haven't talked about it enough, Josh Jobe would be another one. Both of those seem to be bringing the best out of the team. In Josh Jobe's case, not only has it brought the best out of Josh Jobe, it's brought the best out of Reek Woolen. And he was able to come back and reclaim his job and actually play better, probably because of some of that competition. I think the same has maybe happened with Tyrese Knight. Now, he hasn't been able to take his job back because Drake Thomas is just so good and has played so well that there hasn't been an opportunity for him to do it. But it sure has improved the linebacker position, as opposed to consistently getting annoyed that the guy out there isn't doing the job the way you want it done. Mike doesn't suffer fools. He doesn't take any of that crap. He's like, no, we're going to move on. We're going to do it a different way. We're going to bring somebody else, and we're going to give somebody else a shot. And if they do well, good luck getting your job back. You're going to have to unseat them again. In Reek Woolen's case, he did it. And in Tyrese Knight's case, he really hasn't. Now, I don't know if that's because of Knight or just because of Drake Thomas, but you get the point. Real competition. Yeah, Jalen Sundell's another one. A guy, thank you, Matt and Beaverton. Jalen Sundell's another one. A guy that was not supposed to win that job. Was supposed to go to Olu, who was a draft pick instead of undrafted. I know he was a late rounder. Well, sorry. Competition says it's Jalen Sundell's, and each time and by the way, Olu played well when he came in. So yeah, I would say it's a great point. That has been one of the unheralded hallmarks this year of some of the success the team has had.
Well, and the important thing I think to note there too is that once that competition takes place, and if someone does lose their job, he's maintained an incredible level of buy-in from the guys that lost out.
They don't quit.
I think is hard to do.
They actually compete. Yeah. And that is you're right, Maura, very hard to do. So that's a great takeaway. Thank you. And that kind of ends up taking up most of this segment. But there's a couple other things I really want to get to today, and we will. Mike used a word yesterday that really kind of got my mind racing, and it's going to lead me and Brock to probably an uncomfortable conversation at 8 o'clock that we don't usually have on the radio. But I think we can do it, and we'll do it at 8 o'clock. It also, I got a new theory on Sam. Yesterday maybe went awry on Sam. I wasn't trying to be a hater, but I think it maybe came off that way. So I went back, put pen to paper last night, really started thinking about Sam, and I think the help of an old movie from 1964, which Lyle's never heard of, maybe ended up helping me kind of consider Sam in a different way. So I wrote about it last night. You can read it at seattlesports.com. Maybe that's a little prep for 7:30. We got DJ, as I said. We'll give you everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
And so we are set.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Seattle is going to win this football game. A single-season franchise record of 14 wins. The fourth number one seed in franchise history.
Reaction.
Just incredibly proud of them.
Conversation.
Hopefully the next trip is going to be back down here for the Super Bowl.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com. And the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their best deals. Mazda of Everett is the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer for a reason. They sell more new Mazdas than any other dealer on the West Coast. So come check out the Mazda More to Move You sales event now. Shop over 300 new Mazda CX-5s with 0.9 financing for 60 months, available on approved credit. Located on Highway 99 in Everett, or shop MazdaofEverett.com. Based on Mazda USA's retail sales reports 2025.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. That's Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Robert was in big trouble with the IRS.
Yes, I owed them a lot of money, over $52,000.
Then he heard about Civic Tax Relief.
They took great care of me. It went really quick. $52,000 that I owed, and they had a payoff for $100, and the IRS accepted it. Man.
Off the hook for just $100?
Civic Tax Relief will take care of you. Give them a call.
Call Civic Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation. 800-881-4555. 800-881-4555. Individual results may vary. Visit civictaxrelief.com for more information.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More. Fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big, bring him the game.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantifiers on top. Yay to you. Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, a full week off. That's one of the big things the Seahawks earned with their 14-3 record. They'll use it to rest, maybe recuperate a little bit, get everyone ready for the first home playoff game here since, anybody remember, 2020. But it was 2021 when the actual game was held. So that was a COVID game, right? So it was not really the same. And really their second home playoff game since 2016. So it's been a while. First home game in the divisional round since 2014, obviously, when they ended up going to the Super Bowl. So it's a big deal. And I got to get a sense that the 12s are going to be pretty rowdy, pretty excited about all of it. The team, well, they've been all about each other and the love that they have for each other. We asked Coach about it yesterday.
Yeah, I just think that this is the vision that we had for our team. You know, this is what we felt like we wanted to build and what we could build. And it's really rewarding knowing that, like, we're well on our way, you know, and it's you see it through, like, everyone's excited for everybody else's success. You know, it's just everybody's happy for one another. You know, you're excited for guys that have earned that. And that's kind of every cross section of the room, you know, even staff, you know, you realize what everybody's done to have, like, what hand they've put in to kind of make it all, you know, create all, you know, grow it all, make it all come to life, however you want to put it. And it's really exciting. It's awesome.
Well, we've seen it in action and some of the success that it breeds. It has made this defense something very, very special. Chris Long was among the first to note it, and he was pretty impressed with what he saw Saturday night.
There's really not a lot to break down here other than defense is just suffocating. You know, those guys rushed together really well. You know, Nolan made a point about the pre-snap disguises in this game, a bunch of different ways to get to different coverages. Mike Macdonald's one of those dudes. I mean, he legitimately is. And he's got these guys playing great. And if you know anything about playing in Seattle, it is a mother.
Yeah, apparently it is. That's how good they were on the road. They got to be even better here as the playoffs will return to Seattle next weekend.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, busy day in the NFL. Coaches around the league let go. Pete Carroll, Kevin Stefanski, Jonathan Gannon, Raheem Morris, all relieved of their duties in some form yesterday. Creates 6 coaching openings in the NFL. Vegas, Cleveland, Arizona, Tampa, Tennessee, and the New York Giants. Somehow the Jets did not. At least not yet. Did you realize the Jets did not have a single interception the entire season? Have you heard that stat? I can't even fathom how that's possible. They did not have one interception in an entire season. Isn't their coach a former defensive back? I don't even know how to process that stat. The previous record low was 2. They somehow had 0. Just truly, truly shocking. Big question, though, here in Seattle. Will one of those jobs go to Clint Kubiak, already considered a candidate in Atlanta. Will his name come up elsewhere? Probably. Mike Macdonald was asked about it yesterday.
Part of our vision of what we want to create here is a team where coaches want to work, and they can feel like they're getting developed too, and they're getting opportunities. And so if we're doing what we're supposed to on the field, those opportunities are going to come. And it's great that some of those are happening, so we're cheering those guys on. It's a little bittersweet to a certain degree that you might lose a great person and a great coach from your team, but not enough to kind of stymie their progress. We're definitely rooting for those people and encouraging them to look at if it's a great opportunity for them. Now, on the other hand, if someone doesn't really want to be, if they want to pursue an opportunity and they don't want to be here, then we'll let them go as well too. We want guys that want to be here, but we got a great staff.
Love the way he thinks about some of this stuff. Kubiak obviously has been a pretty good difference maker this year, so curious to see whether or not one of those jobs goes to him, and if so, what direction the Seahawks turn after that. If you want to take a look at the past and the road not traveled, the two most recent Seattle quarterbacks, Russell Wilson and Geno Smith, both with interesting days yesterday. Russ got himself, or maybe the Giants, in a little bit of trouble in his saying goodbye presser.
Oh, yeah, I'm not blinking. I know I'm capable of. I think I showed that in Dallas, and I want to be able to do that again. And just be ready to rock and roll and be as healthy as possible and be ready to play ball. I played that game. I tore my hamstring on Friday in practice, the last play of practice, and I had a grade 2. I couldn't tell anybody. I had to go play on it just because I knew the circumstance. I had to play on it, and no matter what, I actually ended up going to the Dallas Mavericks facility training, and kept it quiet, just tried to get treatment on it, and just knowing that I probably couldn't run from the goal line to the 10-yard line if I wanted to, but I feel like I got to play this game.
His new version of high knees is apparently doing it at the Dallas Mavericks facility. Anyway, we'll see if the Giants end up getting in trouble because they got to disclose that stuff. Russ said he never even told them about it, so who knows. Meanwhile, Geno Smith is pulling a Geno Smith. He has unfollowed everything and everyone Raiders on his social media accounts, so no doubt trying to send a message of some sort. Who knows what's on Geno's mind.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, Moore wouldn't let me start the show with it, but I'll tell you what I'm excited about is this little run the Kraken are on. They win again last night. This time put a 5 spot up on the Flames in their building, no less. Goals for Shane Wright and Vince Dunn and Gaudreau and Beniers and my guy Jacob Melanson with his first ever goal in the NHL. Philip Grubauer was excellent last night, so they've been awesome. They've secured a point in 8 straight games. I think that's the second longest streak in franchise history. They're back in a playoff spot. They got the Bruins at home tonight. This is their 3rd straight back-to-back situation, so the league's not exactly doing them any favors, but doesn't seem to be affecting them. They keep finding ways to win, and see if they can do that against one of the beasts of the East tonight. All right, that is everything you need to know, 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. You like the picture I sent you guys of Melanson yesterday? He's got his nose all bloody. He's missing 2 teeth right in the front. Dude's a hockey player, man. He goes out there, hits everything that moves, separates people from the puck, and showed last night that he could put the puck in the net as well. Exactly what this team's been missing. I'm not telling you he's going to be like the greatest player in the history of this franchise. He's probably not. He's only so talented. But he is exactly what they've never had. Finding the McDavids of the world, pretty hard to do. Finding guys like Jacob Melanson who just want to come in, work as hard as they can, run around, show the hustle, separate people from the puck, hit people, work hard, they shouldn't be that hard to find. And he has definitely been one of them in his first handful of games here in the NHL. All right, Mike Macdonald, tremendous yesterday. Just awesome. Some of the, honestly, maybe one of my favorite conversations we've had. I think you'll get a pretty good look into where and how he's feeling as the team gets themselves ready for the playoffs. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
2025. What a ride.
And the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
How many did we play? 15 innings?
15 innings.
The fans literally standing the whole game.
One of the most amazing games ever.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, anything can happen. That's the thing.
A good indication of what happens next.
This feels like a beginning.
This is where you hear it happen. Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and I did used to wonder, do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something? because I do want to retire, and I'd like to do it sooner rather than later, and I'd love to really enjoy my retirement. I'd love to travel. Well, I don't worry anymore. I don't wonder anymore. I met Trajan Wealth, and now I have answers and a real plan. They're not just advisors, they are fiduciaries, and they treated me like family. So take some of that stress off your shoulders. Call Trajan Wealth and get your plan started today. They'll take the time to determine your own risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and your timeline. Working with you, they'll develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. So call Trajan Wealth today at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300, or go to TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to MyDataQB.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or MyDataQB.com.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com. That's PendergastLaw.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
This is the Mike Macdonald Show, presented by your local 76 and Conoco stations, exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Good morning, Coach. Congratulations.
Morning.
How cool was Saturday night?
You know, it's funny. Well, one, it was great. It was awesome. It was a great day. I actually just finished watching the tape, and it feels like a long time ago already, which is kind of crazy. But, yeah, it was a great day. It's awesome.
I like the word that came out a lot afterwards was love. I love this team. I love the love that's in that locker room together. I was wondering if you could just expand on that a little bit. What does it mean to love this team and for this group to love each other?
Like, what does it look like, or like, what does it do for us?
Sure. What does it look like? Both. Yes, all of the above.
Yeah, I just think that this is the vision that we had for our team. You know, this is what we felt like we wanted to build and what we could build, and it's really rewarding knowing that, like, we're well on our way, you know, and I guess you're probably, I guess it's you see it through, like, everyone's excited for everybody else's success. You know, it's just everybody's happy for one another. You know, you're excited for guys that have earned that, and that's kind of every cross section of the room, you know, even staff, you know, you realize what everybody's done to have, like, what hand they've put in to kind of make it all, you know, create all, you know, grow it all, make it all come to life, however you want to put it. And it's really exciting. It's awesome.
So we got to hear so much of the post-game celebration, all the press conferences and everything else, and then you guys get to come on the plane home. You don't watch, you said you didn't watch any of it, either Saturday night or all day yesterday. So it was yesterday.
So there's something wrong with me because I can't watch it on the plane, and then I think it's like one of those things that I'm a procrastinator. You know, I was the guy that, like, hey, if you give me a month to do a project and somehow I figure out it's going to take me 7 hours, like, I'm starting that thing like the 30th day at hour, like 17, you know? So I didn't even watch it yesterday. I had it on in my office, and, you know, I was with my family all day, but I just, like, I couldn't hit play. It was kind of wild. So I watched it this morning.
Were you actually close? There was a story out over the weekend in 2015. Was it actually a close decision whether or not to go work at KPMG or to go work with the Baltimore Ravens?
2015. Yeah, so that was actually it was 2014. And so the fall that year was my last year GAing. And so I needed to make a decision there on what I was going to do. And so I ended up getting the offer from KPMG and signing in the winter of 2013, and then the Ravens. And so I was planning on starting with KPMG that summer of 14.
Wow.
And then the Ravens reached out and started their coaching internship program. And then once that opportunity came up, that was an easy phone call to make to the recruiter. Yeah. So no, it wasn't close.
It wasn't close. You wanted that to happen, and when that door opened, it was pretty clear you had to go through it at that point.
Oh yeah. Fortunately, I can never get a job at KPMG from here on out, but I think it's a fair trade-off.
Yeah, I could see one day you'll be working for Anderson or something instead. You're like, sorry, I can't go to KPMG. So this is the only direction
I actually don't know what is it.
Yeah, they're one of their competitors.
It's like anybody that, like, works not in football. I'm like, and they're like, what does this guy do for a living? I'm like, I have no idea. He sells widgets, like, you know. Just have zero idea of how, like, the actual market works.
Well, let's talk about football then, since it's a little more up your alley. Tell me about what it's like to create and watch a defense as physical as yours in a league that for the last decade or so has really tried hard, it seems, to limit a lot of that physical kind of play. You guys seem to have found the way to still be physical within the rules of the game.
Well, I think that paints a great picture about who we have on our team and how our coaches are coaching it. It's we want to be a physical, violent defense, but you have to do it within the rules. And so I'm really proud of the way our guys have played. How many like, knock on wood, but the penalties that we've had, I felt like have been, for the most part, cost of doing business penalties that are right on the line, but it's not like unsportsmanlike or anything like that. It's just the guys are playing really hard, and I'm having a hard time thinking of penalties that were like, man, that was a really selfish penalty. That paints a great picture for our guys. And there's a lot of plays on tape last game where, guys are running out of the stack, guys are taking great angles, shooting their shot, and there's really nowhere for the runner to go. And I'm just really proud of the effort and really, you have to be able to make that decision. It's a hard decision to make, to do it every down, because of your point, like to do that consistently, all the way into week, whatever that was, 18, going into the playoffs, just, the guys have, really proud of what the guys have created it. Look, they are the ones that have to make that decision. We can paint the picture and build it and all that, and our coaches have done a phenomenal job with it. But at the end of the day, it's a player's decision, and they've done it.
Player's decision with the dark side. Is that a player-driven nickname that comes from?
You might have to do some digging on where that started. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure it started with. I'm fairly certain it started with the players. I know it didn't come from me. So,
do you like it?
I love it. Whatever, guys. It's great.
You just like that they came up with it.
Yeah, if you leave the creativity to me, we're in trouble. That and like song playlists. If you put me in charge of like music, like creativity, not good.
So you really know your strengths and weaknesses. It feels like you've done like a
like
a pretty good audit.
Audits. Yes, spreadsheets. Yeah.
Whose idea was the helmet stacking in the team room, which I also love?
It might have been mine, actually. Like I think. I think we just wanted. I think it was probably a leadership council too, but we just wanted like a visual every day of what we're chasing, and it was really just like, hey, we're trying to get the next one. That's all we're trying to do, and so it was like a visual, like physical representation of what we're chasing every day, rather than, we joke about this, but all the stuff out there, all the stories, and what's the meaning behind, and what does this game mean, and what do you think of, what does it mean when the sky's blue and it's 3:00 outside and it's a little wind? It's like, what? No, we're just trying to win. We're just trying to get the next win. So that's where it came from.
Well, maybe I'll ask another meaning question anyway, just to drive you crazy. But
what did you expect in January? Like, I don't even remember yesterday.
Come back then to the love and the camaraderie and chemistry of this team. Can you help, Brock and every sports radio host in history has argued over the years about which came first on that, the chicken or the egg. Does it beget winning, or does it come after the winning? What's your philosophy on that? Like, what do you think? What is the reason for creating such great chemistry, and how does it help with the winning?
I think it's pretty clear. I think you have to have those habits and those connections in order to win. It's just it's a function of time before that's going to show up. I don't know if I would agree with an argument if it's the opposite. There's a phrase out there, like, you have to kind of become a champion before you're a champion, something along those lines. And that really resonates with me. And our guys have done that, and it's hard to have that faith, like it's, you have to have faith in that process. Like, you have to go through those things and do all those daily habits, daily actions to really build that foundation, not having a W in the win column, and just having faith that it's going to come to life with the results, and our guys did it. Our guys did it, and they had faith. And then even after the first San Francisco game, they still had faith. They still had a great week against Pittsburgh, and then we still, for that first quarter of the season, I still felt like we were learning to trust what we've created. And so I think that's definitely true.
Mike, you talked after the game about being anxious to watch the film. I mean, it was only 42 defensive snaps, remarkably, that you played, but you were anxious to see the unselfishness, right? The guys giving an assist, I think you said after the game. Now that you did watch it this morning, we see the final stats, the final tackle numbers, the final this and that. We don't always see that sacrificial, unselfish play. Can you highlight maybe a few of those that really did shine in the 42 snaps?
Well, yeah, I don't know what our pressure numbers were on the quarterback, but I know there's only maybe 2 rushes where I felt like we didn't play off one another the best we could. And so really everybody deserves a shout out on that front. I thought Boye Mafe played his best game in the run game up to this point. So that was awesome. Thought Nick Imamori played this is just outside of being like, he just played a great game. I thought Drake played a great, we had a lot of guys. Reek Willen played a great game. Spoon, everybody really thinking about everybody, there's some sort of play where like, man, that was really great. So it's not a good answer.
Well, you know what's remarkable about that, though, like in the beauty of this, and the beauty of the game, is on one end of the spectrum you have Nicky Memori, 6'3", 220. We do a takeaway section. I was talking about him repping 225 20 times, jumping 43, running 4.3, blah, 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 blah. Yep. On the other end of the spectrum, you have Drake, and this is no slight on his quickness or anything else, but from an arm length and height and weight and 40 time, like there's a reason he was undrafted. And yet their playmaking and their ability to play at that level, how does that happen? How do you take somebody, I guess, with all those traits and maximize them, and then somebody that may not have all those traits yet equally maximize them?
Yeah, it's a great point. It's a great point. And I think it is ironic that like Nick plays, basically the mirror image of Drake but like the DB version of what Drake's doing, but is bigger than Drake, taller than Drake. I don't know what they weigh or whatever, but it's just kind of, but both of them bring so much to the table, but you think about traits like Drake's traits, incredibly instinctive, well prepared, great change of direction, like sudden mover with like fluidity. Like there's no stiffness when he moves. Can accelerate, obviously the angles, but like he's got feel in space. And then he's an explosive mover too. Like when he's going forward, like he can do what 6'3", X amount of weight linebackers do, the things that those guys do well, like, hit people, like he can really strike, but is obviously not the tallest guy of all time. So sometimes, like play length will affect his game, but he has a lot of great traits. And so when you think of it through that lens, rather than what do you expect that he can't do? And then you try to like, just have him just let those things come to life, and I think Nick's the same thing. Is you're always thinking about in terms. I guess the right answer is you're always trying to think in terms of like, what can these guys do? What can they do? And so rather than be like, oh well, you can't do that, and so can't do that. It's like, yeah, you have to think about that, and so you have to protect players every once in a while. But okay, these guys are really good at X, Y, and Z. Well, let's. I know you can't do it all the time, but let's make sure that for the majority of the time, that's the stuff that they're doing. I guess is awesome. I guess is the right way to look at it.
Flip over to the other side of the ball for a few minutes. Talk about the offense. I know last week you were talking about the success of the 4-minute offense.
Yeah.
Do we now have an 8-minute offense? An 8-minute, 1-second drive to essentially put the game away?
Yeah, some great things happen on that drive. I mean, what I wrote in my notes, I'm going to tell the team today is like, there's so many instances of like the one play mentality that we want to have, like the 3rd and 17. It's not going our way. Some stuff's happening or whatever. Like if you start thinking, oh, what does this play mean? Like if you start thinking about all the other stuff outside of, okay, well, what's the next play? What's my blocking assignment? Let's go nail this next play. If anybody on that team thought that way, we might miss one of those blocks, and all of a sudden we're off the field and it's a different game. So that drive, the last drive of the game, is a great example of that. I mean, there's a 3rd and 2 where we hit Coop, which is a great play. There's several runs where we're getting like 6 a pop, and guys are making great blocks, and we're falling forward and we're pushing the pile and creating, the 3rd down where Sam extends the play and hit. I think Coop got a couple on that drive. I mean, that's just really high level stuff where they're giving you a look that you might not have expected in that moment, and then you got to go play football. So it was great. It'd been awesome to finish off with a touchdown. I thought Sharp was going to get the first down there, but yeah, it was a great drive. It was awesome.
Sam had 6 rushes on the stat sheet. He's pretty active movement-wise, as you referenced there, stepping up and making some big plays, extending the plays. Was that a point of emphasis, or just kind of how the game declared itself for this one?
I think it's just this more of the same message we've had for Sam is keep being decisive and trust your athletic ability at the end of the day and your playmaking ability. Like the stats back it up, the film backs it up. I think Sam realizes it too. So I think that's been a constant messaging throughout the year. Maybe there were some opportunities maybe earlier in the year where we felt like, hey man, like you're go make it happen late in the down if it ain't there, and he's done that consistently throughout the year, but he definitely made it happen Saturday night.
So I know Dave Pearson gives you all the stats, so I'm sure you've already seen this one. Nate Tice had it on the old social realms. There have been 4 plays, designed run plays this year in the NFL. 4 of them designed run calls on 3rd and 15 plus that have been converted. The Seattle Seahawks converted all 4 of those. And I believe 3 of those were kind of a crack toss concept, including the one Saturday night there. How have you been so effective and owned that down and distance in a way that nobody else in the league even has one conversion?
Yeah, well, we're definitely not going to run any of those plays ever again. So thanks for bringing that up. I don't know what to. I mean, look, Rico and Justin Outen and JB, they do a great job at designing some of these like outside of your base down type runs, and at the end of the day, players got to go make it happen. And it's defensively, sometimes you do want teams to run it in some of those situations and thinking that like it's a give up, but if you get blocked, like as a coordinator, defensive coordinator, thinking, well, we can't be too loose here because, we have to be, or maybe we do want to be too loose. It's just like you have to decide what your plan of attack is and what's going to be the best. There's a field position aspect to it too. Like, if it's 3rd and 17, you get an 8-yard run. Like it's actually a good play. You're able to really put your punt team in position to flip field position. If you go backwards on the 3rd and 17, well, now you're really in trouble. So I think that there's context behind all those plays. And our running backs deserve a ton of, on a couple of those, they've had to make a guy miss, and make a great cut and see it and go rip it. So, I think it's everybody kind of bought into like the next play. It's easy to say, okay, it's 3rd and 17. I think we actually had one of those in the preseason. We ran a draw. It might have been against the Chiefs or pretty sure it was here, or the Raiders. And I think that was a big point of emphasis to the guys. Like, look, guys, every yard matters. I know we're running a draw here, but like we got to get this guy blocked so we can get this ball moving forward. And who knows what's going to happen? And I doubt that that was like the one coaching point that's stuck with the guys all season. Like there's no way that's the case, but the coach, like it does still apply that has to be the mentality, given whatever the circumstance is.
How important to have Charles Cross now locked in for the next few years?
Yeah. So excited to have Charles here. I mean, there's a ton of reasons, right? There's continuity with our front. He's got a great relationship. Him and Gray have a great chemistry. You have Abe here. So Abe's going to be, it's like, so, hey, we got some continuity up front, which is going to be awesome. But then you talk about like, just like a cornerstone of your program, Charles is one of those guys. You know, the way this guy works every day and his attitude is rare, very rare. Like the positivity, you know, I wish you could watch this guy do walkthroughs. I mean, he's like, the way he breaks a huddle. I know this is like not why you give a guy a bunch of money, but this is part of the reason. It's like when he breaks the huddle and he takes the line, is like, that's what we want from our offense every single time. And he does it in every single walkthrough. And trust me, we walk through a ton. He takes the line every time with the same cadence, same mentality. He's sweating. Like the guy is just sweating in a walkthrough every time, just working his tail off. And, but it's that, you know, it's that mentality. And it's always positive, and it's always trying to make it right, trying to do it the right way, trying to help out his teammate. On top of that, he's an incredibly talented player. I mean, it's big time for our team. So and excited for Charles. I mean, he's really, really earned it, and he deserves it. It's awesome.
What message did it send to your team to go for it on 4th down on that opening drive? Even though it didn't happen and materialize,
yeah,
and just, you know.
Frankly, I really wasn't trying to send a message. I was just trying to do what was best for us in that game. That was the message.
You weren't trying to be a tendency buster. You didn't want to hear from Greg Olson and others how you never go for it on 4th down and you're the least go for it guy in the league. And all that stuff.
They brought that up to me again. I guess the numbers are what they are. So it's kind of like a Bill Parcells thing. But like, we're always in there's very rarely where we're not in a 4th down go at a certain point. So it just so happens we haven't been in them, you know. So it's not like, there's maybe a couple times I can think of off the top of my head where it's been a really strong go, but the way the game was going, we decided to not go for it. But I'm not worried about that. It's just, you know, we have our model, we have our strategy, and really every decision is an independent decision of another one. You know, sometimes you're using based off of like how that went or what our menu would look like at that moment, but that's still an independent like observation the way I see it, and that's how we approach it.
I think in your history, you've never been part of a coaching staff that was let go, right? Where the head coach was let go and everyone kind of that's never happened to you, right?
Fortunately, that's correct.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about it today as coaches around the league often get let go on this first Monday after the season, and I don't know, just kind of a thought or two from you about, you know, what that feels like as a head coach, just looking around and knowing the responsibility you have for all of the other coaches underneath you in your system.
Yeah, this is a humbling day. You know, this is a really tough time of year for the NFL. You know, this is the life we chose, but it doesn't escape the fact that this is the reality that we live in, that there's a lot of turnover, and it's a lot of great people that their lives are getting affected, you know. And what people don't realize is how many people outside of, you know, it's like, I don't want to sound like like this is not authentic, but it's like, look, if they decided I wasn't the guy here, it's like, I'm going to be okay. Like, it's going to suck. I want to be here for 30 years, but like, there's a lot of people that I've asked to come move their families to Seattle and buy into this thing that we're trying to create. And it takes a lot of investment, you know, and there's a lot of people affected. And so if we don't get the job done, like, that's what hurts, you know, that's what really hurts. And I know the rest of the head coaches, they feel the same way.
It was a fun interview yesterday with Mike, and maybe that's even not getting to one of my favorite parts, which we will do here in just a moment or two. Brock is in. I've learned, I think, a little something about Sam Darnold, and we'll try to jump back into that fire in about 30 minutes or so at 7:30. Daniel Jeremiah later. Want to react to quite a bit that we heard from Mike yesterday. Stick around. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
And so we are set.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Seattle is going to win this football game. A single-season franchise record of 14 wins. The fourth #1 seed in franchise history.
Reaction.
Just incredibly proud of them.
Conversation.
Hopefully the next trip is going to be back down here for the Super Bowl.
Complete coverage at SeattleSports.com. And the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com and let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com.
Good Dog Auto Glass. When your windshield breaks, the national brands say their fix is safe, but the quality is light. Instead, trust Good Dog Auto Glass for the best in quality auto glass.
Don't let the insurance company bully you. When you call, we answer the phone. Visit us online and get more bang for your buck.
Hey everyone, Bump here for Seattle U men's basketball. Next up for the Redhawks, Gonzaga. This is going to be big. Grab your tickets for Seattle U versus Gonzaga January 17th at Climate Pledge Arena. Go to seattleu.com/tickets. Redhawks rising.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
My name's Brian Windhurst, and I've seen a lot of good offense in my life. If you're looking to initiate some offense of your own against your high-interest credit card debt, I'm letting you know a SoFi personal loan might be the play. A SoFi personal loan could be quite the triple threat with low fixed rates, no fees required, and as soon as the same day funding. View your rate for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/offense. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/offense. NMLS 696891.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
That was a unique conversation yesterday with Mike Macdonald. I don't think anybody would disagree with that, but it gives you such great insight. And I got like 2-3 segments today, Brock, of our show, just kind of built off of what we got from Mike yesterday. It was, we don't get a chance to react immediately afterwards. It kind of leads right into the end of the show. And again, apologies to Bump and Stacy for taking up a minute or two of their show yesterday. I felt bad about that as I was getting into my car, and they were starting a couple minutes late, and I felt bad. But it was just the last couple of minutes with Mike. And plus, every once in a while, he takes so long to answer a question that it's there's not much you can do. You have to just kind of sit and wait and hope that eventually he's going to get to an answer. So I thought I'd play it for you guys so everyone can.
The Vita Vea?
Well,
we're doing the Vita Vea.
I do have Vita.
And by the way, are you extra holy today? You are so bright white today.
Oh, really?
You are just shining like an angel. Yeah. Can hardly see the features of your face. You're just so
sounds like a win for me.
Okay, great.
If you cannot see the features, that sounds like a win. Here was Mike Macdonald yesterday when we asked him why John Schneider should be Executive of the Year. He had already said that it should be unanimous, that nobody should vote for anyone else. Okay,
Am
why?
I starting the clock?
Huh?
Am I starting my
clock? Yeah, you get your clock out.
Okay,
let's see. Get your little stopwatch. Here we go. 3, 2.
Give me the number one reason why.
Man.
3. 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15.
Conviction.
There we go.
I had the 40 at 17.27.
17.27.
17.2 seconds.
With a man and an I mean, we did get a man and an early. So if you take the man and the out, maybe it's closer to 14.
That's going to beat Vita, I got to tell you. I think that's actually longer.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Well, I know so because the whole Vita Vea cut is only 14 seconds. And that includes the answer.
Are you going to play it?
Yeah. So Mike was, what did you say, 17.2 seconds?
17.2.
Well, you're welcome to time this. This was Vita Vea all those years ago when we woke him up early to ask him about playing football.
Vita, what's your favorite thing to do on a football field?
5.
I guess just playing.
That's only like 7 or 8 seconds.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
No.
Now, to be fair to Mike, when he eventually got to the answer, it had a little bit more oomph to it than just play.
But were you thinking something more profound was going to come than a one-worder?
I was.
Yeah, me too.
I was.
I thought he had a Rolodex of some different stories, some different moments. I'm like, oh crap! Now
we don't have time for this.
Now we're really going to be late. Like he is really locking in here to give us some storytelling, something
right. Like at the end of that, he's going to be like, "Let me tell you about John." Here's what you need to know to truly understand John Schneider. This is what happened when he taught me that and no other GM in the world understands how to. No. Conviction. Anything else? Not really. Okay, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. And he had already been great. It was a really fun interview yesterday. Honestly, I thought he gave us a lot of good stuff. Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to lead us to kind of a heavy conversation, heavier anyway, than we're used to, and probably a taboo subject at 8 o'clock. Well, more taboo for me, I guess, than for you. But we'll do that at 8 o'clock. But I don't know. There was a lot yesterday from Mike that I found pretty interesting, pretty important. Anything specific jump out to you?
Oh, just once again, like if DJ were to listen to that whole interview, and maybe we play that cut for DJ and really tee it up well, like, dude, you're going to love this. Mm-hmm. Like he went to some deep levels here, took us to the deep end of the pool. I think DJ is going to get a real chuckle out of that. I think you just come back once again. He's like your friend, and we all have different friends in our lives that are just so analytical, so thoughtful. Like he just doesn't, start to spit out words and start talking without a thought. It truly, like every question you answer as you re-listen to these interviews, and you can watch them all on YouTube, and so many of you are finding them there as these numbers just keep growing and growing and growing. And there's not an answer that's not thoughtful. Now there may be a question that he's like, how thoughtful do I want to get here? Right. Or how do I really want to frame this? But you don't feel like there's anything where you can ask your buddy and he doesn't give you something thoughtful back. Right? There's just not a lot of word salad. It's a lot of protein, if that makes any sense.
Well, being familiar with word salad and what it's like to interview somebody who can occasionally run out the clock on you with just a whole lot of words that don't mean a whole lot. I understand.
I know,
exactly
and I'll get into Blue 88. One thing that I think he's taken from John, and frankly, the previous culture more than anything else. So I'll go into a little depth there in Blue 88 because there was one answer that I just wrote down notes, and I'm looking at my notes from yesterday, and I'm like, that is a carryover, big time. And it is very counterculture, certainly to the era that I played in, or Dave played in, or Paul, or even Bumpus played in. Very counterculture to that, and it's something that this team's excelled at big time.
Well, it's funny. Maura and I were, and she brought it up. It was a good point at 6 o'clock that the competition element with Mike actually is going a whole lot better than it was with Pete in the last couple of years. I don't think that's the direction you're trying to go with that, but
no.
It was an interesting point when you look at Drake Thomas, who he spent a while talking about yesterday unprompted. When you look at Josh Jobe and Reek Wolf, there has been a lot more accountability and opportunity for guys to compete for jobs for real. Jalen Sundell, throw his name on there, even Anthony Bradford.
But to be fair, Salk, and sorry to cut you off, but to be fair to that thought, and that's not wrong, it's also where you're at in the cycle as a team build. You also don't have Sherm and Cam and Earl.
Well, I'm not talking about Pete in the early years. No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Pete in the late years.
Correct.
I'm talking about the end of the empire as things were kind of getting away from him.
He was hesitant to play rookies, and they didn't have great guys in those positions.
No, I'm not talking about the early years. Those guys all earned their jobs. Pete
Which
was
is where
true
we're at
to
now.
his word at the beginning.
Which is where we're at now. These guys are all having to earn their jobs and gain the trust of this staff and earn their opportunities, and just kind of a little bit in the cycle. And yes, and I think because Mike is very authentic and because the staff is very good, the staff also doesn't say to the head coach, "Hey man, I'm not playing young guys." And that happened in the previous regime. Some of the assistants, again, kind of to that point of the assistants, and I think that let Pete down in Las Vegas as well, they were not as comfortable with the element of playing young people and really trusting the personnel folks and being on the same page with the personnel folks. This is what we're looking for. This is what I need. Well, I'm going to get you your groceries and let's all cook this thing together. Man, it is cooking now. There is just no question about that.
Yeah, I mean, look at Drake Thomas essentially beating out
a fourth-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrese Knight was even a starter last year. A guy who beat somebody else out in his own right, and it's like, yeah, sorry. This other guy's just playing the position better. We talked about Reek Woolen as well. Now, what's interesting there is after Jobe came in and kind of took his job, it seemed to really get the fire burning inside of Reek Woolen, and we've seen a much better version of him in the last half of this year. So there are a lot of reasons to throw some kudos at Mike.
Just healthy in every way, man. It's healthy in its culture. It's healthy in its personnel. It's healthy in its relationships from the top down. He gave some, love to Jody yesterday, rightfully so, whose name we've hardly even mentioned on this show. As you watch other owners step up to podiums yesterday, as uncomfortable as that is to listen, as you see videos of other owners hugging and loving on their coaches who they fire a day late. It just, the dynamics here from the top down all the way to the field to everybody you're around in that building are pretty darn healthy right now.
Well, and the chemistry obviously is such a big part of that, and we've talked to Mike quite a bit about it over the course of the year. Asked him specifically yesterday how that chemistry, how that love shows up on the field. I'll play you his answer coming up next, and everything you need to know. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, SeattleSports.com.
2025. What a ride.
The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with the 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow.
So glad we can get done at home.
In front of the 12s.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Lumen Field in Seattle.
This is where you hear it happen.
We've won so many different ways all year.
Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and what is today? Today is a Tuesday morning. I wake up with a little soreness, but I know some of you out there, boy, you wake up this morning, it's just hard to move. And you're not a former pro football player or athlete with all sorts of trauma. You don't have to be to live in pain. Arthritis affects a lot of people, and that's just one of the itises. Well, if you're in that kind of pain and it's affecting your quality of life, please do me a favor. Give my buddy, my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, give he and his team a call this morning, 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. He has seen so many folks just like you who wake up in chronic pain, and it affects you. You got to understand, Dr. Nelson is the only doctor in this state with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train lately, but not Dr. Nelson. So his tool bag goes way back, and yes, it includes PRP, stem cell therapy, every new tool in the bag as well. So give him a call if you're living in pain. Enough of it. 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. When I first met with Trajan Wealth, I love what I got. Straight talk. Not a sales pitch, straight talk. I left the meeting feeling empowered. They're fiduciaries, so their advice is built around what's best for you. I saw the difference, and so will you. Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies for families with $500,000 or more, and they understand that no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that is going to meet your specific financial goals. Start by calling Trajan Wealth today, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300, or go to TrajanWealth.com. That's TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's my friends online at PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
So many cool benefits, Brock, to getting that number one seed. Obviously, you get the bye, you get the schedule, the home games as well, the week off. It's just awesome. So we're going to see the first home playoff game since 2020. And I think there were no fans in the stands for that one, right? That was the COVID game?
Right.
So there were no fans in the stands. So we haven't had fans in the stands here in the playoffs since 2016. First home game in the divisional round since 2014. So, yeah, it's been a while since we've seen this. I would think
Is
people.
that true?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. In the divisional round, so they played a home game in 2016 here.
That was the game when Paul Richardson made the one-handed catch in the end zone over the defender.
Yes.
It was crazy.
Yes, that was against
Lions.
The Detroit Lions. Yeah, they ran all over him.
Lyle
Too.
was 16,
Thomas
yeah.
Rawls, right, was the
Lyle
starter.
was
They
16.
ran all over him. And then the next week they lost to Carolina. Is that the Carolina loss or
It was
the Atlanta loss? The Atlanta loss. Okay. In any event, that was a game I watched at Brock's house. I remember that. Left very, very frustrated. In any event, pretty cool to see all of that returning to now Lumen Field. We don't know when or who it will be. We've talked a lot about the team in general, though, and I said I would play you this cut from Mike Macdonald, asking him about the love and the camaraderie and what it means.
Yeah, I just think that this is the vision that we had for our team. You know, this is what we felt like we wanted to build and what we could build, and it's really rewarding knowing that like we're well on our way. You know, and it's you see it through like everyone's excited for everybody else's success. You know, it's just everybody's happy for one another. You know, you're excited for guys that have earned that, and that's kind of every cross section of the room. You know, even staff. You know, you realize what everybody's done to have like what hand they've put in to kind of make it all, create all, grow it all, make it all come to life. However you want to put it, and it's really exciting. It's awesome.
Think how challenging that is as well. Basketball, you got about 15 dudes. Baseball, you have what? 40-man roster, but 25 to 28 in your dugout. What's hockey have? About the same?
Yep.
25 to 30?
No less.
You're talking 70 dudes. 53 on a roster, 17 on their ready squad. You're talking about 70 guys. Yeah, that is a huge organization to have that kind of buy-in. That kind of, I'm really, truly, genuinely happy for my teammates' success.
Mm-hmm.
That's it's hard to do at the Pop Warner level, and it only gets harder all the way up to
and
the
especially
pro
when that
level.
team is split into two and then split into position groups. I mean, like, I think it makes it even harder. 20 guys on a hockey roster, a couple others who were maybe scratches. So 20 to 22 guys, something like that. So yeah, your point is very well taken. One of those guys that I think everyone was happy for is Charles Cross. Mike in particular, excited about the contract, $75 million guaranteed.
So excited to have Charles here. I mean, there's a ton of reasons, right? There's continuity with our front. He's got a great relationship. Him and Gray have a great chemistry. You know, you have Abe here. So Abe's going to be, it's like, so hey, we got some continuity up front, which is going to be awesome. But then you talk about like just like a cornerstone of your program. Charles is one of those guys. You know, the way this guy works every day and his attitude is rare, very rare. Like the positivity, I wish you could watch this guy do walkthroughs. I mean, he's like, the way he breaks a huddle. I know this is like not why you give a guy a bunch of money, but this is part of the reason. It's like when he breaks the huddle and he takes the line, is like that's what we want from our offense every single time.
Ended up talking about how much he sweats out there even during a
You know what image
walkthrough.
I just got re-listening to that, didn't get it yesterday. It's the chemistry that Big Walt and Hutch had. And they're two very, very different guys. Walt said very few things. Hutch is doing New York Times crosswords puzzles next to him. And I can imagine between those two, Zabel and Cross, who's carrying a lot of the question asking and conversation, yet a whole bunch of love for one another.
Here's the second thing you need to
All
know.
right, busy day in the NFL. Coaches let go. Pete Carroll, Kevin Stefanski, Jonathan Gannon, Raheem Morris, all relieved of their duty. So there's, 6 job openings right now, I think? Vegas, Cleveland, Arizona, Tampa, Tennessee, and the New York Giants. Somehow not the New York Jets, despite not having a single interception.
You said Tampa? Tampa's not open, right?
Atlanta. I'm sorry.
Atlanta, okay.
Meant Atlanta.
Gotcha.
Tampa, Atlanta. Places Raheem Morris has been. It's all fine. Will Clint Kubiak get one of those jobs? We'll see. Chris Long was asked about it yesterday.
You saw like on that touchdown, nub side, safety gets a little heavy on tight end. It's a great bounce from Charbonnet, great vision. They're doing things schematically. I think Clint Kubiak is like a legit OC, dude. I think probably a future head coach. I really do. Not knowing him, he might be a wet blanket. I don't know. But schematically, I think he's done a great job there.
That was pretty funny. And Mike said that he's already starting to get some calls about Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, Atlanta put in for the interview, so he'll interview, I'm sure, this week during the bye week with that. I was surprised. I sent you guys a note yesterday with some of the odds. Like, he's the odds-on favorite in Atlanta, and then, second in 3 of these other spots. And I didn't think he would be that high up the food chain. I also think that Mr. Kubiak, through his father's experience and through his own experience of the last 15 years in this league, is not just going to take a job to take a job.
Mm-hmm.
It is going to be the right job with the right people and the right fit. He has that here in Seattle. Out of the 6 right now, I do think there is one contender. And again, I'll dig into that in Blue 88.
All right, that's coming up here in about 25 minutes or so. Meanwhile, the 2 most recent Seattle quarterbacks before Sam are they had quite a day. Gino unfollowed everyone on his Raiders, everything Raiders, essentially, on his social media accounts, obviously trying to send whatever kind of a message Gino's looking to send. And then Russ volunteered some interesting information as he says that he wants to keep playing next year.
Oh, yeah. I'm not blinking.
Oh, yeah.
I know I'm not capable of. I think I showed that in Dallas, and I want to be able to do that again. And just be ready to rock and roll and be as healthy as possible and be ready to play ball. I played that game. I tore my hamstring on Friday in practice, the last play of practice, and I had a grade 2. I couldn't tell anybody. I had to go and play on it just because I knew the circumstance. I had to play on it, and no matter what, I actually ended up going to the Dallas Mavericks facility training, and kept it quiet, just tried to get treatment on it, and just knowing that I probably couldn't run from the goal line to the 10-yard line if I wanted to, but I feel like I got to play this game.
Is that as painful for all of you out there as it is for us? You can hear the voice change. You know when it's coming. These little tells, the little chuckle, the little nervous, little nervous Scott Service chuckle.
Right, this is the thing that I wrote out ahead of time that I want to make sure I tell people, and it just feels very inauthentic.
Manipulative.
Very much that. And may get the Giants in some trouble if there was an undisclosed injury, although Russ said he never told the
So
Giants
couldn't
about
tell him.
it. Yeah,
Maybe
couldn't tell
if
him.
he tells him Jameis going to start,
Right.
he doesn't get his chance.
He's very competitive.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You said it earlier, Brock. What a run for the Kraken. They win again last night. They put up 5 on the Flames on the road. Shane Wright and Dunn and Gaudreau and Beniers. My guy Jacob Melanson with his first goal in the NHL, and a nice cut over his nose and some stuff going on with his teeth. Dude, he's awesome. I love this guy.
Seriously.
Yeah.
We talk about culture and love and, rooting for others. Was it the elimination of one player out of that 20-man roster that could change things this dramatically?
Sure seems like it's helped. And not just that, but also some trust in a fourth line that is, I mean, these started the fourth line the last 3 games, I think it is. And they just come out and hit everything that moves and hustle and work hard and set a tone. And the other guys have kind of picked it back up. And you get Jared McCann back in your lineup to give you a little bit more of a scoring threat. And pretty soon your guy Schwartz is going to come back. I don't know. Things getting a little interesting. Grubauer played well again last night. They've secured a point in 8 straight games. Bruins will be here to take on the Kraken tonight. That is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Hey, Maura.
Yes.
Ask Maura a question. Do you wear your Boston Bruins sweater tonight? Is that like the last little kind of real fandom and remnant you have up in the Northeast?
I have some Bruins gear, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, then I have my dog named Bruin.
Yeah. Will you wear her tonight? No, probably.
We'll probably watch together.
Will her hair wear you tonight?
Good questions, Brock. All right. So I feel like this didn't go yesterday the way I wanted it to. And so I'm going to take another.
What now?
I'm going to take
now?
I'm taking another. No, don't do that to me. I'm not going to be painted into a corner. Nobody puts Sulky in a corner. I'm going to go. If that's an old movie reference, it's not nearly as old as the movie I referenced in the column I wrote last night, but it did seem to help me kind of come to terms with Sam Darnold and where he's at. I'll explain. Coming up next, I'm Brock and Salk.
And so we are set.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Seattle is going to win this football game. A single-season franchise record of 14 wins. The 4th number 1 seed in franchise history.
Reaction.
Just incredibly proud of him.
Conversation.
Hopefully the next trip is going to be back down here for the Super Bowl.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com and the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
All right, hey, it's Mike Salk here. I want to talk to you guys about New Year's Eve. It's now in the rearview mirror, but did you make your resolution? If not, well, maybe this is the year to lose that weight. And if you did and want to lose the weight but need help doing it, Well, that's why you call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They are tremendous for this. It really does work, and it starts with just a 15-minute phone call. I did this program. I lost 10 pounds in about a week. I lost about 35 pounds over 8 weeks and never looked or felt better. It really is an effective program and not that hard to do either. It's great because it's all real food that you buy at the grocery store, delicious recipes, a great group with accountability and coaching that really does help support get you through the amount of time that it takes. And when you start buying new clothes and everything fits better and you look better and you feel better, it'll all be worth it. Do it for yourself this year. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com to set up that 15-minute phone call. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call. We work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Mary Hill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's go back, Brock, way back to a 1964 movie reference that helped me, I think, yesterday write about Sam Darnold. And you can read it. It's up at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. Did you get the reference? By the way, I knew Lyle would not, obviously. It's a little before his time. Did you get the reference to the movie? No? No? All right.
I mean, I've heard the line before.
All right.
I've heard the line, but
the
I didn't
movie is
connect it
Dr.
to
Strangelove, right? Dr. Strangelove, and it's subtitled, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. And I found myself thinking of that yesterday as I was kind of rethinking the Sam Darnold stuff and trying to come up with like the right way to look at him, because I do feel like when I talk about him, it comes off a lot more negative than maybe I mean it to be. Mm-hmm. And, you know, maybe there's a difference between love and trust. Or I don't know exactly why it keeps coming off as negatively as it does. Maybe because it's just not full-fledged, in with both feet, think he's the best, let's go, we're all in it together, I trust him implicitly. I guess that takes some time for me, right? I'm just not... That's earned, not given, I guess. And
you've been a burned lover too, okay? And
True.
It started with Russ, right? You built up the house of Russell Wilsonism. You and I both did together, and that kind of came burning down. And then Gino, like comeback player of the year. What a neat story.
I
He says
really
all the
fell
right
for that
things.
one, though.
No, I mean he didn't love him, of course not. The way you loved your first love. Come on, that didn't happen. But then to just see him turn from this guy that just seemingly said all the right things, and I'm a thumb guy, and it was super refreshing that that first year and comeback player of the year. And then,
from a thumb to a middle finger guy in just a couple of years. It's amazing how that works.
Yep.
So I found myself trying to consider Sam Darnold a little bit differently yesterday, and it's why I ended up calling this the football player, or how I'm learning to stop worrying and love Sam Darnold. And I think that's sort of the big difference, and it's a word technicality. It's not like this is like, completely changing my whole view of him, but thinking about Sam as a football player as opposed to as a quarterback, and kind of try to view him through that lens. And I know there's going to be people on here like, I'm already doing that. You're last to the party. Like, okay, fine. Maybe it is, but I don't think I'm alone. Certainly the text messages that I exchange with friends and people I know around Seattle or around the NFL world, like, they all kind of feel the same way of like, yeah, I like him. It's fun. Do you trust him? I don't know if I trust him. And so thinking about him as a football player, I think is helpful because
you trust him as a football player.
Yeah. I trust the attitude. I trust the style. I trust the
discipline, the commitment, the day-to-day, the team's unselfishness, like all those other.
I trust him as a dude in the locker room. And we can't spend as much time as we have talking about the locker room and the chemistry and the love and all this stuff that's happening inside that group with the camaraderie without talking about the crucial figure there. And I'm sorry, this does not happen. It does not happen if Geno Smith is still a quarterback. Doesn't happen. Not just because he throws a ton of picks and had an awful year and all of that. Geno was a divisive figure in a way that Sam is not. DK Metcalf is a divisive figure in a way that Sam is not. That's not to say they're not capable of winning or being, relevant players or even great players on good teams. They can, and they have. But I don't think you would have gotten the style and the chemistry and the camaraderie that this team has if those guys were here. I just don't. And so I think that's one real important thing that he brings to the table. He's not caught up in how things look. You're not going to get those dumb comments like the one we just played from Russ. He's not going to say that stuff. He doesn't need his own suite. He's not looking to be the star and the one that everyone's talking about. And he's not out there desperately trying to prove that he's good enough like Geno is. No, look at me. No, I'm good enough. No, I'm good. Like Sam doesn't have that. He's just pretty chill. And those things are important. They're not everything. They're not necessarily going to help you in the final 2 minutes of a Super Bowl or whatever. But the other great thing about Sam as a football player is he does seem to be really able to flush bad plays. And when things go awry, which they've done at times this year, as Mike Macdonald says, you can't let them stack up. And he hasn't. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. So I don't know whether that's going to, do anything for anybody, and maybe you're just going to say, Salk, you're just finding another way to hate Sam Darnold. I don't think I am. To me, it's about looking at things that I can love about Sam, and there are a bunch of them. Trust, that's still going to take a little bit more time. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Going to have to do it in playoff games, maybe even going to have to do it in the Super Bowl until I fully have that confidence and trust. But that doesn't mean there's not love.
Who do you think of in that quarterback world in that same vein? There's a couple names that come to my mind because it used to be said about him all the time in broadcasts. This guy, he's not just a quarterback. He's a linebacker. He used to be a linebacker. And remember some of Sam's story, and I was trying to remember if this was off the air. Yeah, if this was off the air or if this was DJ with us last week talking about Sam growing up in Southern California, and there was another D1 dude on their roster. No, this was actually Coach Sanford talked to me about this. He's like, yeah, when I recruited Sam, he went down to his school, and it wasn't a powerhouse school, and it wasn't like one of these, John Bosco's or, the big powers of today, modern day. He went to a little smaller school, and he was actually a receiver, and there was like a D1 QB playing for him, and he was just fine playing receiver. He wasn't one of these that grew up since 5th grade, like, I'm going to be a quarterback. He didn't have a guru, until Jordan Palmer started to work with him in the NFL. Like, he just wasn't one of those guys. He's a football player. I'm a football player first, and then I'll be a quarterback second. And I'll tell you, Salk, this is like walking this a little bit now with my own son and walking through this journey. Like, it is one of my biggest singular focuses. how do I just make this whole journey? You're just one of the dudes. You're not one of these, got to post everything, got to be Instagram, I got to be a 5-star. I got to do no. Just be a normal dude. So this morning, I don't care that you have a basketball game tonight. Your football team's first off-season workout, you're going to be there. You're going to be there. And you're just one of the guys. And look how hard that is to do in the NFL.
So who's the linebacker you were talking about?
Jim Kelly.
Oh, Jim Kelly. Yeah, that's a good one. Sure. Yeah.
Billy Joe Hobart was the same way. Billy Joe was an unbelievable safety for my dad. Could have played. Jake Locker was another guy. Jake Locker I said it all the time. He might have been more wired to be a strong safety.
Should have been a strong safety.
Yeah.
Might have been a better NFL player as a strong safety.
Then he was taking on all the responsibility and all this stuff that comes with being.
But Sam does seem to have an understanding of how, I think he's got more of that he's more comfortable taking on the responsibility, but he doesn't seem to seek the spotlight. He doesn't seem to need it to be about him. And so I think those are qualities that I know are there, but maybe I've given short shrift to in thinking about Sam. The thing is, when you actually get out on the field, how do those things show up? Can being a football player, not a quarterback, first, can that translate onto the field and ultimately lead your team all the way to a Super Bowl? And I think the answer is for the right team and when he plays the right way. Right? I mean, if Sam Darnold was on a team without a great defense, I don't know that he's a guy that should be throwing the ball 45 times a game and trying to just, win it himself. I don't see that. I don't think that he succeeds in that capacity. I think that the propensity for turnovers would really bite him if he were a volume passer, game in, game out, game on his shoulders. I think that would be a problem. I can't call him a game manager, because he's just not. A game manager is a dinker and a dunker and a guy who never turns the ball over because he's always playing it safe and manage. That's not Sam at all. I mean, he puts the ball in harm's way, and he does it for a reason, as John said, as Mike has said, because he's willing to try to look for those explosives. So if you're looking for that in between, when he plays game managery enough to not turn the ball over and allow everybody else around them to kind of do their thing, it obviously has a tremendous
and there was
amount of success.
Way more of that over the course of the season than there was the other. If you want to look game to game through all of it, Salk, there was way more of those games, stacking those kind of games. The only way you get to 14 wins.
Yeah.
Right, he had a couple stinkers and a couple clunkers and one very visible one at a very big time that, I think unfortunately we talk about withdrawals and just deposits and withdrawals and deposit. There were way, way, way more deposits in the bank than there were withdrawal kind of games. But the couple withdrawals were fairly significant because it brought up some old scar tissue, right? And some of the past of is it really truly trustworthy? It was a good column, by the way. One of your better columns. I appreciate you putting that together. And I mean, I love all the stuff that you write. I think that honestly is one of your great strengths. But it was good to just try to, how do I put him in this framework without being and coming across terribly negative?
But also being true to myself, which is, when the ball when he steps back to pass in the big moments, do I feel overwhelming confidence that something good is going to happen? At my core, honestly, with you guys, no, not 100%. I'm not the other way either. I'm not sitting there like, oh no, this is going to be all, because I know he's not a bad quarterback. But are you at a point yet with Sam, honestly and truly, where when he drops back to pass, you're like, yes.
When he throws it deep, I honestly am.
I agree. So when it's here comes a play action, and he comes back and the boot action, like, okay, here we go. Something good is happening. JSN's open 25 yards downfield. Shaheed is sprinting past that. Like, I absolutely feel it when they have those like big hitters. Yes. I totally agree. Those feel great confidence. Shotgun, 4 wide, 3rd and 8, little like. You tell me honestly, at your core, when that happens, you're like, something good's going to happen here. I don't believe you. Like I just don't. I mean, maybe
when it's on rhythm, when it's on time and on rhythm, I feel great. When that thing starts to break down, That's when things, unfortunately.
And there's a good defense, putting a little pressure in his face. Like, there's still some questions that I think he's got to answer.
Honestly, yeah, and that's just the reality, I think, for a lot of the guys playing the game.
Yeah.
I know folks in Denver feel the same way about Bo Nix when he gets out and he runs and he moves, and oh my gosh, he chunks it down the field. Like, yeah, but if he's got to just sit in the pocket, right, and all the stuff and all the moving parts and the protections and the disguises and all the things that you get thrown at, it's a very different game. And I know Bo's year 2 and whatever this is for Sam, year 9. I don't know, watching Aaron Rodgers. When Aaron Rodgers could drop back and there was some time, he plants foot throws on time, pretty good. When he's got to hold the ball in that pocket, even as a guy that's been around it 20 years, it gets a little more.
I think the two interesting challenges in this NFC playoffs for Sam would be Philadelphia and LA. Those would be the two games. If Sam can really play well against one or both of those two teams, I think that would do more to change the trust factor, the narrative, whatever it is about Sam than anything else. The Bears defense isn't just not very good. The Niners, unfortunately for them, their guys have been hurt, right? They've been running on fumes. Who am I mean, Carolina,
Packers.
You've already seen the Packers missing Micah Parsons. Like, it's just those games against those teams probably don't change the view. You do that against Philly and that front four and what they do defensively coming off a Super Bowl.
Yep.
That'll go a long, long way. You do it against LA, a team that's had your number a couple of times, even in the game that you won. I mean, that they still confused him and did some stuff. You do it against those two teams, and I think that would probably be the recipe to changing whoever is left, like me, with some trust questions, even if those are questions of trust, not love. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
God, I have some good cowherd sound on that, too. I have some other good sound that I never got a chance to play there because I just wouldn't shut up. You want just a quick piece of sound before Blue 88?
Absolutely.
I thought you'd like this from Cowherd, talking about the Seattle team.
And this Seattle team, as somebody from the Northwest, it does remind me of the last great Seattle team that had a defensive coach and was mostly led by a great run game and a defense. And they had a quarterback, the other team, but he wasn't really a unifier. He and Pete Carroll never really saw eye to eye, and that's the difference. Everybody in that building loves Sam Darnold. Everybody.
Football player. Football player. So maybe that's just the last point there. I mean, nothing like using a Colin Cowherd argument to cement your point and make sure everybody agrees with you. All right, question number 1 for you, Brock. Sorry about that. Beyond conviction, what else has Macdonald learned from Schneider? You mentioned this earlier. That's been a little holdover from the Pete Carroll regime.
Yeah, I think anybody listening that played in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, especially the 80s and 90s, the scouting world was a lot more about what you can't do. You know, it still is in many ways. Focusing on the things, not enough length, not enough speed, not enough explosiveness, right? Things he can't do versus things he can do. Here was Macdonald, and this was in many ways in reference to Drake Thomas, the linebacker, in focusing on the things that this guy can do great, because they often offset what can't be measured.
What can they do? And so rather than be like, oh, well, you can't do that, and so-and-so can't do that, it's like, yeah, you have to think about that, and so you have to protect players every once in a while. But okay, these guys are really good at X, Y, and Z. Well, let's. I know you can't do it all the time, but let's make sure that for the majority of the time, that's the stuff that they're doing.
It sounds so simple, right? Well, that's how you should do it. You should focus on your employees' strengths instead of their weaknesses. Is that what happens in all businesses and sales offices and schools and everything else? Or is it more focused on, oh, gosh, okay, annoying, I guess. She's a mess. It's oftentimes, right? We used to call it player hater. That coach, that scout, that's just player hater. Just finding all the things you can't do versus, and this was one of Pete's great strengths, and I think John Schneider's great strengths. And I think it has carried over into this regime. We're not going to spend all our days and all our time player hating on what they can't do. Let's focus on what they can do. And then he went into a great little diatribe on all of Drake Thomas's things he can do well. his instincts and his leverage and his pad level and his block destruction and his impact, all those things that aren't measured at the combine. He does those exceedingly well. They focused on him, and it's been a big, big help to that defense.
All right, question number 2. Speaking of Pete, and we spent a little time talking about him yesterday. A couple of things that doomed his final coaching chapter. What went wrong, Brock, in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I think there's a few things in play here, Salky. I think number 1 is the dysfunction of the place. To think you can go in there and when it's been dysfunction, right? Well, there's a new GM and he's one of Brady's buddies and he's a smart guy, but he's a first timer doing it, and you're just going to have to, and it's a fairly nomadic fan base there in Vegas, right? It's fairly new still in Vegas. I think that there is a level of dysfunction there, number 1. I think there are 3 components. I think that's number 1. I think number 2 is just the loyalty to people, whether that was players or staff, that just, proved, I think, here in Seattle many times. And he's the opposite of a player hater. He is a player and coach enthusiast and thinks only the best of everybody. But Jamal Adams at this stage, playing as much as he played, problem. Trading for Tyler Lockett, Geno at this age and stage. Obviously, some of the position coaches that have come into there wasn't a track record to say this was going to be a great deal. Even Chip, as excited as you were and I were about Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly's NFL tenure the last 2-3 times around the block, not very good. Not very good. So I think some of that coach and player loyalty, the dysfunction of the organization, and then that old line that Macdonald didn't love quoted, but it's true, right? You evolve or die. And the NFC West is a cauldron of creativity. You evolve or die. And I think from just a schematic or however you want to frame it in that way, the evolution of it, just unfortunately also didn't hit there in Vegas. And for those 3 reasons, he's out, a one and done.
I'm surprised you didn't mention one other, the quarterback, who threw more picks than anybody in the league.
I threw
Question number 3. All right, you kind of teased this earlier as well, Brock. 6 coaching jobs open. Clint Kubiak likely to be considered for at least a few of them. If you were him, or what do you think would be the most enticing, if any, of the potentially open jobs?
Well, again, I think you look at a lot of these and say, man, dysfunctional place. A lot of guys have gone there and ended there. And, he's been fairly patient. He's been a coordinator in a bunch of different spots. He's been in this league a long time. His father was in this league for decades after decades after decades and knew when to take the right head job and win a title in Denver and have a lot of success down there in Houston. I think he's going to be pretty savvy. And he's interviewing in Atlanta, and I think Atlanta's would probably be the most dangerous to lose Clint Kubiak. Is it going to be to Tennessee? Is it going to be to Vegas? Is it going to be to Cleveland? Is it going to be to Arizona? These perennially dysfunctional places? No. But could it be to Atlanta, where he can also hand pick and work with the GM? Right? So Fontenot gets relieved as well. Do they look at the Seattle situation and say, golly, this kind of working in Carolina with Dan Morgan and Dave Canales, and why don't? And Dave was such a young coordinator. Yeah, you got money, you got resources. Now Matt Ryan is going to step into that fold and bring a couple decades of experience as a player down there in Atlanta. I think his speech pattern and pace of talk will be more comfortable in Atlanta. But more than anything, being able to, if they say, hey man, I want somebody from John's Tree too. I want somebody, whether that's a Trent Kirshner or somebody else in that building to bring what they're doing culturally in Seattle here. And I think, to me, that's the biggest risk as far as losing Clint right now.
I think you're probably right about that. That is today's version of Blue 88. Yeah, thinking about the 6 jobs that are open. Vegas, kind of a mess. And Brady's, it looks like, going to try to go with kind of a Belichick crew. Cleveland, perennial mess. Arizona, perennial mess. Probably 2 of the worst jobs in sports, along with what is now apparently the Giants' job is up there as well, because not only is it bad, but you also have to do it with the New York media circling, and that's kind of a mess.
And the GM, they're going to keep in place, I think, again.
Yeah, total disaster bringing Joe Shane back. And all 3 of those teams have quarterback concerns, right? I mean, none of them have someone you look at and say, okay, that's the guy, even though they all have either paid or drafted people fairly high. Tennessee would probably be the second best gig. Right, people have won in Tennessee. Cam Ward might be the dude. Like there's some reasons to think. Who's good is that receiver who's dating the gal on the torrent, DK. what's his first name? He was really good when they play. Like, they have some dudes, I thought.
Yeah.
That would be the second best job, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably. And again, just kind of fit for him, like for his dad who went to Houston, and right, just kind of have some of that Southern way about him, Southern gentleman and background and everything else. And yeah, Nashville is not a bad spot. Going to have a new stadium. Ownership wise, is that as stable as Arthur Blank in Atlanta? I don't know.
And I'm not saying it's as good a gig, but that's a decent gig. Like, I would think they should have an ability to draw somebody pretty good. The other four, I mean, I guess really the other three. The Vegas one is sort of unique with the Brady factor, but Arizona, Cleveland, and the Giants, man. And maybe that's why the Jets don't end up taking out Aaron Glenn, because, like, what are we going to do that's better? We don't have anything else. Maybe we'll have negative interceptions this year.
Did you see that? The
None.
QB rating against the New York Jets this year?
No.
36 touchdowns, no interceptions.
How do you have no interceptions for a year?
No interceptions.
That really, really boggled my mind. All right. Coming up next, Brock, it is one word. Mike Macdonald used it a handful of times yesterday. It's certainly stuck in my head. It's a word that you're usually a lot more comfortable with than I am. So it's going to lead us to a conversation that we probably shouldn't have on the radio. It's next on Brock and Salk.
2025. What a ride.
And the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
How many did we play? 15 innings?
15 innings.
The fans literally standing the whole game.
One of the most amazing games ever.
2026. You have some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. That's the thing.
A good indication of what happens next.
This feels like a beginning.
This is where you hear it happen. Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass. And sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, we're throwing caution to the wind. This is not a conversation you're normally supposed to have on the radio, but
Salk,
I'm going to do
three
it.
things we don't talk about on the radio: religion, sex, and politics. So which one are we doing?
Ooh, I'll let you be the judge. I won't tell you which camp this falls into. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. It started with a question about chemistry, so I guess you'd probably assume it's about sex. Of relationships, but I don't think that's the direction this is going to go. We asked Mike Macdonald, which comes first, right? The chicken or the egg? Is it the chemistry that comes first and leads to the winning, or does the winning beget the chemistry? And he was pretty sure he knew the answer.
I think it's pretty clear. I think you have to have those habits and those connections in order to win. You know, it's just it's a function of time before that's going to show up. I don't know if I would agree with an argument if it's the opposite. You know, like there's a phrase out there like you have to kind of become a champion before you're a champion, something along those lines, and that really resonates with me. And our guys have done that. You know, and it's hard to have that faith. You know, like it's you have to have faith in that process. Like you have to go through those things and do all those daily habits, daily actions to really build that foundation. Not having a W in the win column. You know. And just having faith that it's going to come to life with the results, you know, and our guys did it.
I mean, so many books written, Salk, about so many different leaders, again, football, business, what have you, about discipline and habits and those things that are so critically important. But I think what Mike is saying right there is, hey, I'm a first-time guy. I'm pretty young. I'm in my 30s, like some of my guys on the team are in my 30s, and they're looking at me the first time, doing this, and we're going to have faith in you. Well, then I better have a whole bunch of discipline. I better have a whole bunch of habits. I better have a whole bunch of, a genuine nature, to this thing. And in his case, be true to his character, vulnerability and humility.
Yeah.
Like this, knowing what I don't know.
I think it
But
does
I
speak
want you to jump in and jump aboard.
quite a bit to him and how he operates, and even his answer later about Black Friday or Black Monday, rather than Black Friday, I guess would be probably more relevant to this conversation, but to Black Monday and coaches being fired and the people under them. And it's not that different from what Pete would say, because we've talked to Pete about that any number of times, but just feeling the weight of responsibility that you asked all these people to have faith in you and your idea and your scheme and your program. And if you let them down and you end up getting canned, they're going to get canned with you, whether it was their fault or not. So, yeah, the one word that sticks out there, we know what it is. It's faith. We're not going to rank faith, Maura. We did that already. I've got a lot of songs here.
When you brought up this word in break, Salk just started doing an impromptu
Oh,
ring.
I mean, I could go all day with these if you really want me to. But I think what's interesting for me is the difference between faith and... That's not it. It's blind faith was the other one. Somehow that's mislabeled. That's all right. Blind faith. The difference between faith and blind faith, Brock. Because I found myself thinking about his answer yesterday. Their system, their culture. It's a powerful word. You and I have had a conversation before. I don't even remember if it was on the air or just off the air about why so many athletes who are really successful are people of faith. And, I feel like it's a greater percentage of athletes than it is in the rest of the world. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just sort of the bubble that I live in, and I'm fully open to that fact. But it sure seems like there is a relationship between successful athletes and people of faith. So I've often tried to wonder and figure out what that is for somebody who doesn't have a tremendous amount of faith. And I think I'd put myself in that category. It's hard for me to believe. It's hard for me to have faith. I guess I look at it and say, all right, well, I personally don't believe that, because they have faith, God looks at them and says, all right, you're going to be successful. This other person is not. That's hard for me to accept. And I don't think you believe that either. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think you believe that. But I think that there's got to be something that goes into the character of somebody that is really willing to believe in something they can't see, that can't be proven, that allows them to also be successful in sports. And when Mike was talking about it yesterday, it just kind of jumped out to me that maybe that's a part of it.
Interesting.
That if you are the type of person that is able to believe and have faith in whatever religious belief you have, something that you can't see with your own eyes, you can't touch, you can't feel, you're willing to make that leap, then maybe it's a lot easier to believe in a scheme, to believe in a coach, to believe in a leader, to believe whatever that thing is. You've got a chemistry, a culture, whatever that is, you've got to believe in order to be successful as a team.
Yeah, I think there's a couple components to that. And I think one of them is you realize it's not about you. And, I think when you play a team sport, just as Mike said, elaborated further about this group, they truly are selfless and they care about others, and it's not all about them. And I think there is a connection there with a lot of the faithful friends that I have that, whether life or experience or whatever, it's the less it's about me, the better my life actually runs when I actually pour into my wife and my kids and my church and my friends and my school and I volunteer. Less about me and more about others has been a pretty neat recipe. And I think the best of teams have that element. So there probably is a connection you're talking about. Secondly, faith is a muscle you have to flex. It isn't just a totally natural thing, even to those that were around, in my faith and around Jesus and walked with him. They still were I don't know. Is this real? There's a guy named Doubting Thomas that had to put his finger, let me see your hand, he still doubted.
I saw a statue of him, Brock, while I was in Copenhagen.
You saw Doubting Thomas?
Yeah. Well, the church we went to for midnight mass had all the apostles lined up, so statues of all of them. And I was like, who's that there? Oh, it's Thomas.
So you got to flex those muscles. It's not just I'm not wired that way, or Brock's more wired. No, you got to kind of continually flex those muscles and go through stuff, which is, again, guys at this level, back to your Sam Darnold conversation we had earlier, Salk, and you understanding him. I thought about that between him and Geno, and this is just an opinion. and I'm not close friends with either of them, but from the seats that we sit in, it sure feels like Sam has used his scar tissue to build up humility.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with Gino, that scar tissue is like, I'm hardened.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just tough.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so headstrong, as Pete used to say, so that scar tissue can be developed in different ways. And I'm not saying Sam's faithful and Gino's not. I don't know those guys in that way, but I do know that sport humbles you. I do know that when you're in the arena, you're going to fail. And it's going to be very hard. And if you play, at this level especially, you're going to get knocked down. And you got to get up and you got to flex those muscles. So, yeah, I think that is a word that does have a bunch of corollaries. But most importantly, just be selfless. And when you actually care about the success of your teammate next to you more than you do your own, your team is got a pretty good chance of success.
Yeah, I don't think that there's just one answer to this question, and it's probably one that you and I think we've explored it before, and we'll probably explore it again. Like, what is the connection there? This dawned on me as a potential reason. We've talked about some other possibilities before, the ones you just mentioned, Brock, and even the idea of allowing yourself to fail, and if you're, if some of it is out of your hands, then maybe the failure is a little easier to accept, which allows you to succeed because you're not worried about the failure, because you're thinking about something bigger. I think there's probably also, and I think you referenced this there as well, something to as you get more power and responsibility for a head coach, for a captain, for a leader, for a great player, a star, that maybe it's helpful to keep you grounded by thinking about something bigger than you. Hey, look at how powerful I am. Yeah, but I'm not as powerful as this entity. Like that, I wonder, is probably another thing that could be very helpful in that spot.
Yep, and I think if you were to survey all the people around the league that come in contact with Mike and with John and the leaders, right, those two that a lot of people put their faith in, their jobs are dependent upon those guys. They're pretty egoless, right? Amongst their peers, their ego is not nearly as large as a lot of them. And I think both those guys would point to some of their faith as being an aspect of that.
You prefer that George Michael version, or you go Limp Bizkit when it comes to faith? Which do you prefer? You seem like more of a George Michael guy. Although I don't know, George Michael.
More Third Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a third option.
Maybe more Mike Tomlin. Maybe there's a few others.
Maybe we'll have to go with a third option as opposed to Limp Bizkit or George Michael. We'll be right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
And so we are set.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Seattle is going to win this football game. A single-season franchise record of 14 wins. The fourth #1 seed in franchise history.
Reaction.
Just incredibly proud of them.
Conversation.
Hopefully the next trip is going to be back down here for the Super Bowl.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com and the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. That's Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Olympic Hot Tub's New Year, New You event will help put you on a healthier path in 2026. Enjoy special savings on our entire wellness lineup of saltwater hot tubs, saunas, cold plunges, and swim spas. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
Advanced Hair Restoration, the simple one-day hair loss solution that's guaranteed to regrow your own natural hair. AdvancedHair.com. AdvancedHair.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Need to know. 15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Seahawks are now in the middle, Brock, of their week off. One of the little rewards you get, not so little really, for winning not just your division, but the number one seed in the NFC. 14-3 record, just incredible. They get to rest, recuperate, and then host a playoff game with fans for the first time since 2016. First home game in the divisional round since 2014. Just amazing how long it's been, right? I mean, you start saying those numbers, like, man, that's over a decade ago. Well, it'll all come back to Lumen Field next weekend. Going to be incredible. And biggest reason why, and there's a lot of reasons, but the defense is still going to be right at the center of all of it. We asked Mike Macdonald how they're able to be so physical despite the NFL and all of its rules really working against that.
Well, I think that paints a great picture about who we have on our team and how our coaches are coaching it. It's we want to be a a physical, violent defense, but you have to do it within the rules. And so I'm really proud of the way our guys have played out. I mean, how many like, knock on wood, but the penalties that we've had, I felt like have been, for the most part, cost of doing business penalties that are right on the line, but it's not like unsportsmanlike or anything like that. It's just the guys are playing really hard. I mean, I'm having a hard time thinking of penalties that were like, man, that was a really selfish penalty that paints a great picture for our guys. And there's a lot of plays on tape last game where guys are running out of the stack, guys are taking great angles, shooting their shot, and there's really nowhere for the runner to go. I'm just really proud of the effort and really, I mean, you have to be able to make that decision. That's a hard decision to make, to do it every down.
You know what the league can't take away, Salt? Speed, acceleration. So the violence comes out of how fast so many of these guys play. And think of how fast this group is. When I went through in takeaways yesterday, some of those tangibles with Nicky Manwari in his 11-foot broad jump, 43-inch vertical, 4.3, 40. Well, Spoon's right there. And Rick Woolen's right there. And as far as D-line goes, Mafe and Derek Holler were both sub 4.6 guys. I mean, they are fast. Drake Thomas is fast and change of direction quick. Like, there's not really it's funny, like your slowest positions are probably your safeties as far as across the league. And Julian and Kobe being like 4.6 guys, but they're so smart, kind of like Lofa used to be, so they kind of can play a step ahead. So there's just speed everywhere. There's acceleration everywhere. And because of it, there is a whole bunch of violence.
Well, it makes it really fun to watch. Something I didn't think we would get the opportunity to really see again, and keep coming back to that word, suffocating, right? There's just no air. There's no room to breathe at all for the other team. Chris Long used that word again this week as well.
There's really not a lot to break down here other than defense is just suffocating. Those guys rush together really well. Nolan made a point about the pre-snap disguises in this game, bunch of different ways to get to different coverages. Mike Macdonald's one of those dudes. I mean, he legitimately is. And he's got these guys playing great. And if you know anything about playing in Seattle, it is a mother.
Yeah.
Make it very simple.
You know what else he said right there, too? Exactly what Macdonald said yesterday. That all but for maybe 2 rushes, they rush together. Maybe I'll answer that and dig in some depth tomorrow on Blue 88 of what that really does mean. Chris, Mike see it. D-line people see it. And, man, has it had an impact on this crew as well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Coaches fired yesterday. Pete Carroll, Kevin Stefanski, Jonathan Gannon, Raheem Morris, all relieved of their duties. So job openings now in Vegas, Cleveland, Arizona, Atlanta, Tennessee, and the New York Giants. Clint Kubiak will be a candidate he's already a candidate in Atlanta, and we'll see if he ends up as a candidate in some of those other cities as well. Mike was asked about him yesterday.
Part of our vision of what we want to create here is a team where coaches want to work, and they can feel like they're getting developed too, and they're getting opportunities. And so if we're doing what we're supposed to on the field, those opportunities are going to come. And it's great that some of those are happening, so we're cheering those guys on. It's a little bittersweet to a certain degree that you might lose a great person and a great coach from your team, but not enough to kind of stymie their progress. We're definitely rooting for those people and encouraging them to, look at if it's a great opportunity for them. Now, on the other hand, if someone doesn't really want to be, if they want to pursue an opportunity and they don't want to be here, then we'll let them go as well too. We want guys that want to be here, but we got a great staff.
Pretty wild, man. 6 out of 32 yet again. Those numbers are about true. It's about 20% of the league turns over every single year. And you're like, one of these years is going to stop, right? One of these years is going to be 1 or 2. No, just not every single year.
Yeah, if anything, you could probably come up with a few other places that should have turned over this year, or certainly could have. So, yeah, we played you the Russ sound earlier. I don't think I can play it again. What did you
like it.
You want to hear it again?
Yeah. Russ wants to keep playing, everybody.
All right, Russ was asked if he wants to keep playing.
And the tone of voice.
Oh yeah, I'm not blinking. I know I'm not capable of. I think I showed that in Dallas, and I want to be able to do that again. And just be ready to rock and roll.
So pause it out right there.
Be as healthy as possible and be ready to play ball.
There it goes. Right, all one tone. It's all one level. Whatever. Don't blink. Great competitor. Now listen to the tone change.
I played that game. I tore my hamstring on Friday in practice, last play of practice, and I had a grade 2. I couldn't tell anybody. I had to go, play on it just because I knew the circumstance I had to play on it, and no matter what, I actually ended up going to the Dallas Mavericks facility training.
Bears were really
and
changes.
just kept it quiet, just try to get treatment.
I can't do it anymore. I can't. That's all I got. That's all I got in me. What did you make of Gino unfollowing everyone, everything Raiders on his social?
Childish, immature.
How is that still a thing?
I don't know.
Like, isn't that a playbook from like 10 years ago? Like, how is that still a move? That's lame, man. That is just so unbelievably lame.
You know how many people he's in total following on Instagram right now?
3.
0.
Oh,
He's
0.
doing the whole Skip Bayless thing where he's got the hundreds of thousands of followers and he's following 0 people.
Thumb guy, though. Real thumb guy. Or middle finger guy to the fans, whichever.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken are on a heater, Brock. They win again last night. Score 5 on the Flames in Calgary. Even better. Your guy, Shane Wright, had a goal. Beniers had a goal. Gaudreau had the empty netter. Vince Dunn with a big goal. And my favorite player in the history of the franchise.
Tell me about this guy. Okay, tell me a little bit
Jacob
about this
Melanson.
guy. Yeah, tell me a little bit about Jacob.
I don't know that much about him. He's from Nova Scotia.
Okay.
He was, I think, a 4th-round pick the year Matty Beniers was picked.
Okay.
So Beniers went in the 1st round. He went in like 3rd or 4th, something like that. I think he was like pick 130 something.
Mm-hmm.
He was suspended for a preseason hit a few years ago to the head. Like he hits. He hits everything that moves.
Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, you see him with the cut on his nose and missing teeth, and I watched him. It's more fun to watch him in the building because you can just follow him for an entire shift and see how many times he takes the opportunity to go hit somebody for no reason.
Freebies.
That other players on the team just don't bother with.
Yep.
And sometimes it does nothing, and sometimes it separates people from the puck, and you end up getting a turnover and puck possession. And part of the reason, along with Ben Myers and Ryan Winterton, that 4th line has been so effective here over the last week or two. So pretty cool. Fun to watch. It's everything you need to know.
Hey, Lyle, what's your favorite part of Nova Scotia?
What's your favorite song by Rod Wave?
Why is that such an angry response? Why are you so angry about Nova Scotia?
Asking a question.
Do you know where Nova Scotia is?
You didn't answer my question.
Is Rod Wave a DJ? Is he one of these DJ guys?
No, he's a hip-hop artist.
Hip-hop artist, okay. I don't know many of those. Sorry. Apologize. You know Nova Scotia, though. You spent a summer calling games up in the Northeast, right?
Yeah.
Up in the Cape Cod Lakes.
You ever been in Nova Scotia? It's beautiful. Like, it is absolutely stunningly beautiful.
I think DJ and his family used to do road trips up to Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I don't think they made it quite that far. It is beautiful up there. Never made it all the way up to Newfoundland, although I did say I was talking about Newfoundland yesterday on the show because I went to go see Come From Away. Have you ever seen Come From Away, the musical?
No, but I do. I'm sorry. I think if this is Lyle's new thing, he's going to just fire
back.
Yes. Then is this your New Year's resolution? I'm not taking anymore. And whenever they ask me something ridiculous, I'm going to fire just something right.
I'm going to ask them something very niche as opposed to something very broad-based that most people should know.
No, I think a lot of people listen to guys like this.
I didn't say they don't, but it's a little more niche than Nova Scotia. We'll be right back with Daniel Jeremiah next on Brock and Salk.
I'm in.
2025. What a ride.
The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with a 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow.
So glad we can get done at home in front of the 12s.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Lumen Field in Seattle.
This is where you hear it happen.
We've won so many different ways all year.
Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and people all over this region, the Northwest, are going to lose 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds just in the next couple of weeks and months. They'll do it by starting with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. That'll be the resolution. You could do it as well. It starts with just a 15-minute phone call. That's all it takes to just get started. 15 minutes. That's it. I did the program. I lost 10 pounds in the first week. I lost 35 pounds overall in about 8 weeks, and I didn't have to fight for space in a crowded gym with the other New Year's resolutioners. No pills, no injections, no fake food, nothing like that. It's all real food that you buy at the grocery store, and it's a good plan on how to eat it, along with great coaching, great accountability, and a little support in there as well. It helps. It works. Do it for yourself this year. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com to set up a 15-minute phone call. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer. But to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. In a consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance. All that's gone. After that's done, we pay you half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford of Suzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st, for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
He's Daniel Jeremiah.
I think he's really, really good.
And he's with Brock and Salk every week during the NFL season.
He could win an MVP.
Daniel's really smart. Daniel's probably the best in the business.
It's time for the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
Hey, the NFL season is over. Do we have a contract with DJ to go through the postseason? Like, has that written out? Has this all been handled? DJ, we still have you, right? Like, you stay with us here through the postseason?
I've learned this lesson from some of the veterans in the TV space that were on day counts, which was you never say anything. You just wait, let it all accumulate, then you send in your invoice. So that's the strategy I'm going with.
Very smart, man. Very smart, man. Here we are, man. Did you think, I don't mean to put you on the spot since we've seen people out there like trying to rip everyone who got it wrong with the Seahawks and everything like that. But I don't think too many people thought we'd be sitting here today at the end of the regular season talking about the Seattle Seahawks as the NFC West champs and, more importantly, the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Well, I picked them before the year to win the division, but I can't beat my chest on that because I didn't. Yeah, that's why I was getting.
You got
I'm
cold
an
feet?
honest man.
Yeah,
I picked them. I did. I thought that was going to be a tough one. The way San Francisco had been playing at home, I thought that was going to be a challenge. I thought it would be. I thought they'd have to score a decent amount of points. Turns out they only needed 3 or 4, I should say, to get that done. So misread on the last game for sure. But a believer in what they've built there. And we've been talking every week, guys, that the defense continues to just exceed expectations of a bar that they've set extremely high. That was as much fun as I've had watching a defensive tape as I can remember.
Why? What was it? So what was fun?
So to me, it was the combination of mixing looks, like rushing 4, then zone dropping. So they're giving you different pictures, but then the most fun was I posted a picture of like the explanation of the Seattle defense in one picture, and I just tweeted it out. There's 9 guys in the picture at the ball carrier, and it was every single play. I don't know, like Reek Woolen's flying all over the field, hitting people, and it's just become contagious with how fast and how aggressive they are pursuing the football. And you could watch the other side of the ball, like you watch some of the runs that popped for Seattle. It's because the backside end wasn't just kind of booking it down the line, and it was just kind of a mediocre effort. And then you go from watching that side to flipping it over, and it's like they're shot out of a cannon. I wrote down on 0, I just wrote down absolute maniac. He plays like a maniac out there. Like there's no football term for that. The guy's he's refuses to be blocked, and it's everyone on that group.
So give me the 3 reasons why. Maybe a gold, silver, bronze, if you want to do it that way. I've had some disastrous answers when I've tried to frame it in gold, silver, bronze with previous guests. So don't feel like you have to go down that road. But how about 2 or 3 reasons why the Seahawks in the end are the number 1 seed?
Well, I think it's the number 1 reason. I'll lump it together as the line of scrimmage. They're just played really, really well along the line of scrimmage, and the defense has been obvious. But I'm telling you, when they have Sundell out there next to Gray Zabel, that's as athletic of an interior combination as we have in the NFL. How good those guys are and their ability to work in space. Like that is fun to watch those guys play together on a string. I think their whole offensive line, 75, as long as you get him blocking down, he's an animal. He's going to collect some pancakes and move people. You just got to know where he is. You got to know what he had a little bit of a ME, a mental error on a sack, but I think he has gotten better throughout the year. But I just think line of scrimmage would be number 1. Number 2 is they're extremely well coached. In other words, they're not giving you freebies. The scheme is incredibly sound, and they trust what they're doing. So line of scrimmage, the coaching, and then I would say, to me, I don't want to just single out one guy, but JSN's elevation from being a really good player to being an elite, I can get open on any key down player is just, I don't know that you can overstate how important his ascension into stardom has been for this offense.
Nicky Manwari has just been, watching what he's doing and seeing the growth almost week to week, and just what he does for Mike Macdonald, allowing him to play nickel the whole time, all these different things that he does, and the comparison to Kyle Hamilton. We saw what happened to the Ravens the other night when Kyle Hamilton went out. They had nothing left, it appeared like. I don't think the Seahawks are quite that dependent on Nicky Manwari yet, but are they heading in that direction where he could be as important to their scheme as Kyle Hamilton is in Baltimore?
Well, I think he's saved them, like he's single-handedly saved them 10 minutes of practice time because they, when you're looking at opponents and you have to worry about what screens they're going to incorporate into the game plan, Nick's got that, guys. Let's just keep the practice moving. Any screen they want to go, he will erase it. Don't worry about it. Let's just let's get on to the next period of practice. I mean, he's so, the athleticism and the ability to do a lot of different things. I think we could all see that when you watched him in college. To me, and I liked him, I gave him a really good grade, but I underestimated how instinctive he was. He surprised me with just how well he sees the game at such a young age. It's only going to get better, man. This is the ground floor, which is pretty scary.
Is this the fastest defense in the NFL?
I think so. I think all three levels. You know what? I'll say this. I saw Houston in person. Houston is extremely fast. So I would group those two together, and they both play pretty violent up front as well. I think those are the two, to me, clearly the two fastest defenses.
Brock made a point on that earlier, that their speed allows them to be as physical as they are. I was kind of thinking about them the other night, and like the league tried to take physicality away from defenses. They've worked really hard over the last decade plus to eliminate a lot of the ability for defenses to hit the way they do. And yet you watch that game Saturday night and tell Juwan Jennings that they're not allowed to hit anymore. Tell Brock Purdy that they're protecting the quarterback and all that because they are finding ways to hit. Is that a relationship to speed? Like, how do you see them staying within the rules but still able to use that physicality?
Yeah, and I saw it live with Houston, and I tried to make the point after that game, which a lot of people did not grasp. Maybe I didn't explain it properly, but there's a difference between being a good tackling team and being a violent team. And you can still play violent within the rules. I mean, they're hitting guys within the strike zone, but they are collisions. And those add up as you're going throughout the course of the game. It adds up on a quarterback, but even more so just on all your skill players. Just every time you touch the ball, it's just a physical collision versus kind of the old school wrap drag tackle that we've seen as teams have tried to, take the head out of the contact and be careful. We don't want penalties, don't want injuries, but there is still a value in having some real physical contact. And I always go back to my own experience. I saw it when 4 years with the Ravens. You saw teams wear down. They didn't want to do that anymore. Like at some point in time, it's just not fun catching the ball over the middle. I'm going to get a rib shot, at full speed.
Salk had a revelation. Daniel. He had a revelation. He wrote a column about a really good column. Do you want to speak to your revelation, Salk, of Sam Darnold?
Well, real quick, can I tell you how Salk, because I think I've told you that I've had a dream about you guys, and then this time it's gone beyond that.
Oh no.
It's the start of the new year, and I'm efforting this year to read through the entire Bible. And I've got to Job, and I thought Job is basically Sam Darnold with Salk just punishing him, through the entire book. That's where I am. That's where I am in the Bible.
The patience of Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Well,
and Sam Darnold's time with the Jets, like there's a lot of similarities in terms of what he's been through.
Yeah, no, there is. And now he has to deal with me, which is so much harder than the New York media and being with the Jets and that organization. This poor guy, it really is like Job, just the trials and tribulations.
3 letters. Sam, 3 letters. Job, 3 letters. That's all I'm just saying.
Well, I think, as Brock said earlier, I'm really more of a doubting Thomas kind of a guy than I am the person punishing Joe. But it's funny you bring up religion because Brock and I were actually talking about it earlier. Not something we do all the time as we come from different religious backgrounds and probably have different levels of faith. But Mike Macdonald talked a lot about faith yesterday, not in God necessarily, but in each other and how hard it is to get buy-in in the NFL. And I actually was you're a good person to ask this as well, because you and Brock, I think, see the world in some ways fairly similarly. But before we get to the Sam Darnold thing, Brock, do you think there's a relationship there between people of faith and being able to buy into something new, a new system, a new coach, a new chemistry, a new culture, whatever the case may be, when you don't have any evidence that it's going to work? You've never met Mike Macdonald before. You've never heard his take on how to run a football team. But if you're a person who is able to have faith, maybe it allows the team to have even greater success.
Yeah, I think there's also just, other core tenets of faith in terms of how you treat people, and, how you respect, what you're given in terms of authority. And that's littered all throughout the Bible. So there's, to me, I think I think that you could draw that line, but I don't think it's a requirement. I don't think you have to have be a
Agreed.
person of religious faith to have, belief in people and schemes and teammates and all that kind of stuff. So no, I think it's, I think it's an interesting conversation, but I think more than anything else, the reason you have buy-in is because you have an authentic guy who's teaching it, and an authentic person that you think that you can say, okay, not only this guy has had success before, but there's nothing phony about him. He's not an attention grabber. He's not someone who tries to make it about himself. He's someone who, is going to do his homework to install a plan that's going to help you be successful. And I think players sniff that out real easy.
So you're describing Mike Macdonald there.
Yeah.
But you could have been describing Sam Darnold. And that is a pretty good segue into the conversation Brock wanted me to have, which is trying to look at Sam a little differently. Yes, you're right. I've struggled a little bit to figure out Sam this year. I like him. I enjoy parts of him that I really, really like. It's the trust factor that's probably the hardest for me. And I was compelled yesterday to start thinking of him maybe a little bit differently, instead of trying to view him just as a quarterback, trying to just view him as a football player who happens to be playing the quarterback position. And I think once I started thinking of him that way, and actually using a lot of the same language and thoughts that you just gave to Mike Macdonald, it made it a little easier to learn to love Sam and kind of get behind him. I don't know whether I'm ever going to truly trust him until he does it against a great defense, against Philly, against the Rams. Like, I think I'm going to need to see those things. I'm not a person who can just jump into faith. I need actual evidence. I am a doubting Thomas, but thinking of him as a football player seems to help.
I think that's a very mature way to look at that. And to me, I watch Sam as someone who, has been on the Sam Darnold train since the jump and had him as my top quarterback in that class. And it's someone who got to know him a little bit through the draft process. I do watch him like a nervous parent, when you're watching him and you're just going, okay, that first drive, he's got him in the flat in the end zone. Let it go. Takes a sack. And you're like, okay, he just needs to kind of settle in. Once he settles into a game, he's going to be fine. And then eventually he did in that game. And that's kind of, been a little bit of the track record there. It's just kind of just get through the early part. He's going to settle in. But he is an absolute football player. He is going to try and, hang in there and make tough throws under pressure. He's going to extend plays. He's not afraid to run and use his legs. And to me, it's the lack of the individual approach to it, where how many of these guys, like, I think of, like, going back to USC. Remember when they have like big wins and they climb the ladder and they wave the sword? Like, I just have an image of Sam having to be drug up to the top of that ladder. Like, he doesn't want to be up there as the center of attention and as somebody who, is above everyone else. He's just one of the 11 guys. So I think that it's a fair way to look at him, but he is going to be required, in order to navigate all the way through this tournament. There's going to be moments and drives that he's going to have to really step up and come through. And I do think he's fully capable of doing that.
How big a deal, Charles Cross contract? You link that in with Abe Lucas at right tackle. You've got inked, I think, through 28. Gray Zabel through 28, 29. Sundell is still a really young guy. As now you got your cornerstone and Cross lined up for the next 5 years. How big a deal for the line of scrimmage for this team?
Well, I was just reading something on the Browns this morning about the fact that they have 0 starting linemen under contract for next year. So I would prefer the Seattle approach of having a very talented, good group under contract versus having no talent and nobody under contract. And one team's looking for another head coach and the other one's got the number 1 seed. I think it's a huge deal, and letting these guys grow together. And I don't know what the behind the scenes stuff was on the Cross deal, but to me it made sense of, like, hey, it's a good faith gesture on the organization side, just from the outside looking in, which is, I know you're nicked up, man, and maybe you have to go out there not 100%, but we're going to just take that off your mind of, like, what could happen and what this could potentially cost you. We're going to take care of you. Go out there, play free. Don't worry about, re-injuring anything. I do think that's a good faith gesture on the organization's part.
Well, this has been a pretty deep conversation for 15 minutes or so. So you think we should continue with the depth of it? Play DJ the question that you asked. Yeah, I mean, it was a hard question for Coach Macdonald yesterday, DJ.
Remember when we used to just talk about food and stuff on here? Like, we've come a long way.
Road trips, board games. Salk asked Coach Macdonald yesterday, like, why John Schneider should be executive of the year? I think a fairly innocuous question, but man, it got deep pretty fast.
Give me the number one reason why.
Man. For me, the number one reason why?
No, not you. Sorry, I'm playing it. This is what I asked.
This
John
is the clip.
Schneider. This is the clip.
This is the clip, bro. Listen.
Okay.
Yeah, don't talk
Roll
over
it.
Don't talk over the clip. Give me the number one reason why.
Man. Conviction.
Conviction in his decision making.
In his vision.
Vita Vea had the longest.
It's a pretty good pause.
It's 7 seconds in the history of our show. That one pushed 17 yesterday, DJ.
Wait, are we back? Am I back with you now?
You're back with us now, yeah.
Sure. Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, it was live and what was taped. That was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think caught off guard would be a very appropriate term there with that. But I almost can see him. I can almost see Coach sitting there going, "Oh, don't single out one move because then it's discrediting to the other guys," and like trying to politically correct play that, and then almost realizing like, "Well, I better hurry up and say something. Or it looks like I'm not, a believer in John and the unbelievable job that he's done."
You could almost see the wheels turning around in the head there, trying to come up with the best way to answer.
Can I just tell you right now, if you would have asked Jim Harbaugh that question, he would have talked for 15 straight minutes. He would have mentioned every single player on the roster.
Sure.
He would have mentioned every practice squad player that they like, because he would. So what he would do, he would go through the entire list of everything. So there's two ways to approach it when you don't want to get in trouble for you either say nobody or you have to say everybody, and that's the difference between those two coaches.
Can we spend just a couple minutes on the NFC here and the 3 games this weekend? Let's just run through them and just give me a quick take on what you expect, because one of these teams is going to end up coming to Seattle the following week. So Saturday, you get the Rams at Carolina. What do you see?
Well, Carolina beat them, but they had to double them up. They had to double them up. They run the ball twice as much as they threw it. They had to turn Matt Stafford over 3 times. They had to dominate time of possession by 10 minutes. That's just a tall order. I don't think they can do that again.
Then you get Green Bay, Chicago after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the third time when these teams both have come down to the very end. I just think that Green Bay's inability to rush the quarterback, I think they have like 1 sack or something in their last 4 games. I think that's going to be their Achilles heel in that one.
So you think Chicago wins that game?
I think Chicago will win. Yeah.
And then finally you get San Francisco at Philadelphia.
Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, Philadelphia, I think they were smart to rest. I know they got grief. They could have got up to the 2 seed. I think their team is equipped to play on the road as well as anybody. If they get Saquon going, their defense, their fans are going to fill up a third of the stadium anyways. I think they end up hammering San Francisco.
Yeah, and they're at home. That's in Philadelphia. So you see the Seahawks playing the Rams.
That's where they start. But I think that of the teams, like to me, Philly had to make the choice of whether they cared about last week, and I think they were smart because they're going to be fresh for this week.
So you see game number 3, rubber match between the Seahawks and Rams here at Lumen Field in another couple weeks.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun. It'll be an absolute war.
Fun how?
I think that'll be the decider of who goes through.
Kind of hoping Green Bay beats Chicago. I'd really like to see them avoid the Rams for another week or so, if possible. I think that'd be nice.
The Band-Aid off.
Yeah,
just rip the Band-Aid off.
Leave it to the title game. Hey, what happened to Pete in Vegas? DJ, what happened to Pete in Vegas?
I mean, they don't have the roster's bad. The roster's bad, but also Pete didn't do himself any favors, and I don't want to, look, you love your family, but that was an offensive line that individually everyone got worse, and collectively they were awful. So I mean that was a tough one.
It's too bad. It really is such a sad way for the whole Pete Carroll conversation and story to end. It was such a good story of him, redeeming himself in the NFL after the years in college. And yeah, it's just such a bummer to see.
I know, but it happens all the time in sports. I mean, I watched Fernando Valenzuela pitch for the Padres.
Yeah, I know.
So.
What? Where do you think Clint Kubiak goes? Do you think he goes anywhere as a head coach? Do you think he's back next year with Seattle? His name seems to be coming up quite a bit for some of these open jobs.
He seems to be the number one offensive candidate. Everyone feels like that's a stronger pool of defensive candidates for the head coaching cycle this year, but everyone you talk to has him as the top offensive guy. And the sheer number of openings we have, I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't snag one of those.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, that's the way NFL owners will think, right? They won't think who's going to make the best head coach. They'll think who's the best coordinator and who will do the best job with the offense or who will do the best job with the defense. They pay almost no attention to who would make the best head coach and executive kind of above the entire coaching staff.
Well, I would say that this is a conversation of who's the best head coach, and of the names that come up, 5 of the top 6 names that come up just happen to be defensive guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think anybody's hiring Jesse Minter just because of the scheme. I think he does. I think Mike Macdonald's success is going to help him a heck of a lot.
Sure.
Going forward, but there's not a lot of offensive names, in this round. So Stefanski's going to be, now that he's available, I guess I should have put him up there at the very top, but there's not many of them.
Atlanta probably the biggest threat of the 6 available. If you're Gary Kubiak and Kubiak's son, Clint, and you're going to evaluate the whole situation and look at fits and look at ownership and look at personnel and look at, just lifestyle. Do you think Atlanta probably the biggest draw for him?
Yeah, I mean, to me, if it were the Giants were to be an opportunity, that's the top available job for me. Just because you have more clarity at the quarterback position. Atlanta, Penix can't stay healthy, and you've got Kirk, who's been played well down the stretch, but I don't know what you're going to do there. I just don't know how you feel super confident in the quarterback situation.
You feel like there's clarity with the Giants because Penix can't stay healthy.
I would take Jackson Dart over.
I mean, if Jackson Dart isn't concussing himself every other week, what did he get checked 8 times this year for a concussion?
Yeah, I feel a lot more confident about being able to coach him to go out of bounds than to coach Penix's knees to hold together.
I don't know. I might feel more comfortable coaching Penix's knees. I think I might have like a good conversation with those knees.
I mean, Jackson Dart doesn't have near the injury history going back all the way 5 or 6 years that Penix does.
He may end up getting a concussion just going hit, like trying to put Tarullo marks into his running back or something. I don't know. I don't like the way I don't like the way that's going for Jackson Dart, who I want to like.
You think DJ caught your Wildcat?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
What was it?
You ever seen Wildcats? Goldie Hawn movie about football?
Yeah, when I was 7. I don't remember it.
Whoa! Easy. Let's.
I haven't watched
last
it.
Couple minutes.
I haven't seen it in a couple decades.
Well, that's on you. The greatest football movie ever made. You better go back and watch that sucker, man.
Stop.
What you're not gonna watch?
Off the top of my head. Remember the Titans. I'll take Necessary Roughness over,
that's
over
just
that
silly.
one.
Obviously,
You're just aging yourself here.
You're just obviously you're being silly. I mean, you're just trying to make a point, and sometimes people start exaggerating when they're trying to make a point. And that's what you're doing. I've done it. I understand. Kind of a hot take.
Show me the arm, Pumpkin. Hey, throw the ball, genius. There's just way more memorable lines in that movie.
When we talk to you next week at this time, I think we're preparing for Seahawks Rams. So
yeah, that's going to be an absolute war. It's going to be fun. Hey, what a year for Seattle sports, though, huh?
Best ever. Never happened before.
Cool.
Both Mariners, Seahawks won their division. Never, ever happened.
And you got a big wild card game as well, right? Chargers and Patriots this week. So enjoy it. We'll definitely want to hear about that experience, and we'll talk next Tuesday. Thanks, man.
See you guys.
All right, there you go. The great Daniel Jeremiah, move the sticks, the whole deal. Brock will be right back on Brock and Salk.
And so we are set.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Seattle is going to win this football game. A single-season franchise record of 14 wins. The 4th #1 seed in franchise history.
Reaction.
Just incredibly proud of him.
Conversation.
Hopefully the next trip is going to be back down here for the Super Bowl.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com. And the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataQB.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataQB.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Yay to Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of the video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Get it freaking out! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Saul.
Are people ready, Brock? Are people ready to have playoff football back in Seattle with fans in the crowd, are people ready for that? It's been a while. I kind of mentioned that to you earlier and need to know how long it's been since there's been a home playoff game here. So they did it in 2020-21 season, but there were no fans, right? That was the COVID year, so different year. And really, if before that, you got to go back to 2016? 2016. I mean, that's the 2017 playoffs. So you're talking 9 years since we've had like the full deal, everybody full-throated, as loud as it gets, at Lumen Field, crazy 12th man flag being raised, like everything that goes into real playoff football here in Seattle. We haven't seen it in nearly a decade. Do you think people are ready for it?
I think so, but and I'd say that based on my personal experience of being in the building for their last home game. That happened to have an immense amount of odds, not quite as much as this one does. It's win or go home, but it was to beat the Rams. It was to put yourself in position to win your game, be the number one seed, and have the playoffs go through Seattle and all the things that we talked about. And that place that night, Salk, was as electric as it was. You know, it did. We did a segment, took me back to the Green Bay NFC title game. It had that kind of juice in the building. And that kind of emotion, especially when the game finally declared itself in the fourth quarter on that punt return, that we got a shot here, we got a chance to do this thing. So, yeah, I think the folks will be ready. You know, it's once again some of the parallels with our sister station in our market in Denver are pretty remarkable. They too are the number one seed. They too have played great defense. They too are unbelievably fast and violent defensively and have done just kind of enough offensively. And there's a lot of questions, a lot more questions about their offense than even the Seahawks offense. But unlike the Broncos, who got booed in their own stadium on Sunday as they beat the Chargers in a horribly ugly game where they didn't score an offensive touchdown, there was none of that with these Seahawks. You know, even that day with some of the struggles and the interceptions of Sam, the 2 picks versus the Rams, I didn't feel any of that booing and angst. Did some people leave? Yes. Did some in the suite leave? Yes. Do they feel humiliation? Yes. You know, but by and large, you're the number one seed, man. Your DVOA, your point differential, your stars, I mean, all the things that DJ referenced right there. Yeah, it put you in I think, a very real position to go get this thing done now.
I do wonder a little bit how this particular group will react to that. Not in a negative way. I don't mean like I have questions about whether they can handle getting hyped up like that, but I'm just curious to see if it'll take them to an even greater level. Will we see this defense play even harder, even faster, even more physical, even like, is there even another level that they could play at? Are they capable of playing better than they did Saturday night? Like, do you think this defense could be better than that?
No. Saturday night?
Like, it's not possible? Like, that's as good as a defense can be?
I mean, 42 snaps, Salk, 2 of 9, 0 of 2, a turnover. I mean, 25 yards rushing for an elite back? Like, play better than that?
Well, I think I mean, look, for whatever reason, the biggest challenge they have is the Rams offense, right?
Well, the second time. The first time they handled them pretty well. It was the worst game that Stafford had as a Ram. So the first time around when they actually had a week to practice versus a couple days of no practice.
Okay.
You know, I think if you talk to people around there for their team,
for
their routine, for their discipline, for all the things like, hey man, we can talk about Matthew Stafford's no looks, but we didn't really even practice it once full speed. And then he goes and zings those suckers around us. Or we can talk about dropping into this and playing. But, yeah, I think they feel like that really short week made it really hard to play the kind of defense they've played 16 of the 18 weeks this year.
You think it's a little annoying that the two teams that they're most likely to play, the Rams or the Packers, are both playing on Saturday and get an extra day of rest before meeting the Seahawks?
Well, you don't know if the Seahawks could play Saturday, right? That could be. They
I know, but
defined
I
whether
mean,
that's a
but then
Saturday
it would have been Sunday to Saturday. Like either way, they get the Saturday game, so they'll have an extra day of rest before taking on the Seahawks.
Well,
the
could be
following
San
week.
Fran, right? Couldn't it be San Fran? If San Fran wins and Chicago wins, then it's San Fran coming here.
It could be. Do you think
not
it's
feeling
gonna
that?
be? I mean, honestly, do you look at this? Look at these three games, right? Rams and Panthers. I gotta say, it's impossible for me to imagine the Panthers beating the Rams again. It's really hard for me. I hope to hell it does, but it's really, really hard for me to imagine that happening. What's the spread in that game? I bet I'm looking out. It's Rams 10. Rams by 10 on the road in the playoffs. I mean, it would be quite the upset. So the question is, can Green Bay beat Chicago? Can San Francisco beat Philly? Green Bay could beat Chicago. That one seems very, very possible.
Yes. I mean, Chicago's lost a couple in a row. Chicago's not been in this position. Chicago's got a first-year head coach and a second-year QB that is volatile and will keep games close, and every one of their games is close. That will probably be a fourth-quarter game, right? And Green Bay rested their people. Jordan Love is back. Yeah, you could kind of write a much easier script for that one than I think the other two.
Yeah,
San Fran's on fumes. I mean, they lose another player yesterday. The linebacker that got hurt in the game, he now is lost for the year. Will Trent Williams be able to come back? That's probably something to monitor this week and a big deal.
Fred Warner, not yet, right? One more week?
He's not yet. Do they feel embarrassed coming off of the worst loss in offensive performance in Shanahan's career, and Purdy and Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and the receiver? Man, we got to get that taste out of our mouth. And Philly, while being good, certainly doesn't score a lot of points. They're not very explosive, and they've had their struggles offensively. And, you get a sack here, a turnover there, and get back to the offense you played for 4 weeks before Seattle. There's a script to be written.
Well, that would be probably the best case scenario. San Francisco coming back here again and having to do it without the extra day. That would probably be your best case scenario. But I don't know. It just sure feels to me as if it's going to be the Rams the following week. Yeah, just kind of feels like we're going to
be careful, because wild card weekend, when you're chalky, you end up being kind of wrong. Now, maybe the AFC will be much more volatile and the NFC will be chalky, but typically wild card weekend is kind of like the NCAA
it could be Green Bay.
tournament.
I shouldn't say it's definitely going to be there. The Green Bay thing, who the heck knows? To me, that's kind of a coin toss kind of a game. The line is Chicago 1.5, favored by 1.5. So, I mean, it kind of go either way. To me, that one's probably.
What's the Philly San Fran spread?
Philly 4.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just looking at ESPN and their DraftKings odds. So, all right, let's take a little break, Brock. We'll come back, though, and we'll give you guys everything you need to know. And I want to talk some more about the Seahawks, obviously. And then at 9:45, answer the question jerk. So if you got questions,
done it like a month.
I know we keep missing out on things and reasons, and people are out and this and that, and nobody works here anymore. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I'm just waiting for people to actually show up to work now and again. I'm just kidding. And so we need some questions. 866-979-3776 is the phone number. You can text in any question on any subject. We'll answer them at 9:45. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
2025. What a ride.
And the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
How many we played? 15 innings?
15 innings.
The fans literally standing the whole game.
One of the most amazing games ever.
2026. You have some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. That's the thing.
A good indication of what happens next.
This feels like a beginning.
This is where you hear it happen. Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Yeah, Happy New Year indeed. I think I get to say Happy New Year this week by rule. And then, we're right into 2026 where you got to kick your year off right by getting in shape and making Top Fitness your first stop. Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over there at Top Fitness. And their stores are celebrating the new year with some incredible deals. Take your New Year's resolutions seriously with the very best fitness gear there is, set up in your own home by our professional installers. They sell the best quality products available: Precor, True, Octane, Inspire, and Hyrox. Come in now and check out the deal of all deals on treadmills. They're Precor 885 treadmills. These are lease returns. They normally sell for over $13,000 new. just $36.99, including a full 3-year warranty. This is the same commercial treadmill sold to health clubs worldwide. And every new treadmill, elliptical, and home gym, they're all on sale. Got the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state, so have their staff show you why it's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. You can find those locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out, plus they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass, and sure enough, it's their Olympic Series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I was able to achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. You need to know what that feels like. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I would trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are the top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. Discover what meeting your resolutions could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Fun conversation with Mike Macdonald yesterday. We've been talking about it throughout the morning, Brock, but I like when you asked him about just some unselfish plays and what that looked like on the field, and he went in a few different directions.
Well, yeah, I don't know what our pressure numbers were on the quarterback, but I know there's only maybe 2 rushes where I felt like we didn't play off one another the best we could, and so really everybody deserves a shout out on that front. I thought Boye Mafe played his best game in the run game up to this point, so that was awesome. I thought Nick Imamori played this is just outside of being like he just played a great game. I thought Drake played a great. We had a lot of guys. Reek Willen played a great game. Spoon, everybody. Really thinking about everybody. There's some sort of play where like, man, that was really great. So. Yeah, that's not a good answer.
You know, that did not feel like Russell Wilson naming everybody on the team in order to avoid leaving someone out. That was Mike Macdonald going through the Rolodex in his head going, well, this guy made a good play, and that guy made a good play, and this guy had a good game. I mean, and he's right. They played a near-perfect defensive game.
Yeah, when you only had to play 42 of those snaps, you start going through them, and, yeah, that number 0 showed up like a madman, and Imamori song. That's probably the one to me that the TV copy just doesn't do it justice. I saw somebody else tweeting about this, and I think they were right. The 2 things that the television copy cannot capture is Jackson Smith and Jigba's short area quickness, his route running ability, unless it's isolated solely on him, so you can truly see how he runs full speed at all of these cuts and does what he's able to do. Like, the TV, by the time you get to JSN, the TV camera's like the ball's in his hands. You don't get to see all that groundwork. The other one is Nicky Mamori, and just the amount of space. You know, DJ talked about these screens, and whether it was a screen or a check down, like he just closes space faster than anybody else physically should be able to do at that size and length, and he does it. And as DJ said, the cool thing is it should only get better and better and better as he stacks more and more and more experiences and schemes and games under his belt. But my gosh, that guy can freaking move.
Well, everybody's just in love with what the defense is doing. Mark Schlereth on with Wyman and Bob yesterday was throwing more praise their way.
And you see that defense go up there and just basically say, and not against us. And it did remind me back to the Legion of Boom days where everything was kind of a zone match. And when you did complete a pass, as soon as the pass got to the receiver, he was getting cracked in the back of the head with a helmet. You know, I mean, it was right there. Like the coverage was right there. There were going to be no leaky yardage anywhere. The tackling was exceptional. The space between receiver and defensive back or linebacker was minimal. And like I said, when you did catch one, it was for no extra yardage. And the other thing is just the amount of pressure. I mean, Brock Purdy, I thought that poor kid was going to get split in half at one point.
Nearly did at the end of that game.
I love that hit Imamori had on Purdy during the game where in real time, it looked like Purdy had gotten blown up. And I was like, oh, man, they're going to throw a flag for sure. They're going to protect the quarterback, yada, yada, yada. And then when they showed the slow motion replay, it's like, oh, he found a way to hit him hard and also still turn away. Like, their ability to hit the strike zone and not land on him and do all the things right, really well coached, and they're doing a heck of a job with it.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The other side of this, of course, is coaches getting let go yesterday. Pete Carroll, Kevin Stefanski, Jonathan Gannon, Raheem Morris joined the coaches in New York and Tennessee. So there are now 6 openings out there for what is often termed Black Monday. We had an opportunity to ask Mike about that yesterday and his feelings on that day and the challenges of being an NFL head coach.
This is a really tough time of year for the NFL. You know, this is the life we chose, but it doesn't escape the fact that this is the reality that we live in, that there's a lot of turnover and it's a lot of great people that their lives are getting affected. You know, and what people don't realize is how many people outside of, you know, it's like, I don't want to sound like like this is not authentic, but it's like, look, if they decided I wasn't the guy here, it's like, I'm going to be okay. Like, it's going to suck. I want to be here for 30 years, but like, there's a lot of people that I've asked to come move their families to Seattle and buy into this thing that we're trying to create. And it takes a lot of investment, you know, and there's a lot of people affected. And so if we don't get the job done, like, that's what hurts, you know, that's what really hurts. And I know the rest of the head coaches, they feel the same way. And so that's what you're thinking about on a day like today, you know, that it's a tough day. It really is.
In a year, 2 years now of doing these interviews with Mike, there's very little he has in common with Pete Carroll in the way they answer questions. Mm-hmm. That answer could have been given by either one of them and probably has been in some way over the course of the last 15 years.
Yeah, and Mike would be okay, right? Just contractually speaking, resources committed, all of that stuff. But the assistant coaches, they don't have 5-year deals, right? They're not making what he is earning, at that top of the food scale. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of folks and analysts and folks that just trying to get their careers going, you know, and trying to kind of set the path, and then it's going to be detoured and it's going to be derailed, and there's another door going to open. Yeah, that is top of the food chain is very, very well taken care of, and a lot of the coordinators are as well. But as he speaks to, man, there are a lot of other livelihoods dependent upon the team's success.
Clint Kubiak's going to be a candidate for a bunch of those jobs. It sure sounds like you think Atlanta's a real threat.
I think so. I think the way that DJ laid that out, though, there are a bunch of defensive coaches, right? And that is kind of where this is going to turn. Mm-hmm. It's copycat league. Mike Vrabel, Mike Macdonald, we got to go find defense. Those guys are going to land. And, yeah, right now he certainly looks like the hottest name on the offensive side of the ball.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken are playing some really good hockey, Brock. It was not that long ago. You're looking at this team going, I don't see how it's possibly going to work. They trade Mason Marchment, and everything has turned around for them. It opened up some space for other guys. It seems to have changed the chemistry. They're playing hard. They're having fun. 5-1 win last night in Calgary, and they get right back to it tonight. They got the Bruins at home, second half of the back-to-back. Philip Grubauer's been playing much better than better than he has in years.
Do I understand that it's kind of like the Starbucks gift card, like every 10th appearance that you make to the Kraken Iceplex, you get to go to Climate Pledge?
I wish.
So you're going tonight?
I am going tonight, but not related. My buddy Chris.
Oh, it's not? Oh.
My buddy Chris has good seats, and he asked me if I'd come with him tonight, and I said, of course. I would love to accompany him.
And it's the Bruins? It's the Big Bad Bruins?
Big Bad Bruins.
All right.
Yeah, or some shell of that. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right,
By the way, can I add one more little neat
please
note?
do.
Because I know you're going to ask for answer the questions. Your questions, 866-979-3776. That little note yesterday, and I just saw it again, what Julio did to commit resources to rebuild a stadium there and put turf and lights down in the Dominican Republic. That is really cool. I just don't want that to not get talked about. You know, I think it's $400,000 commitment or something. At first I saw $25 million. I was like, $25 million? What? This is the most generous. What?
Yeah.
25 million. I know he's making a lot of money, but
Dominican
million?
pesos.
Pesos.
Yeah.
But still, bro, $400,000 out of your pocket to give back to your community. Pretty neat deal, and shouldn't be surprising that Julio's the spirit of it.
Great to see all those people showing up for Julio, right? And the kind of respect he gets throughout the league. Well, that's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
All right. Answer the questions, your questions, Brock. You just said it. 866-979-3776. Any question on any subject? It's been a little while, so hopefully you guys have some good questions built up. I got a question for you. I'll make sure to ask you then as well.
I got a question for you. Pitchers and catchers in like less than 50 days.
I got a question for you. So we'll do that.
Pitchers and catchers less than 50 days.
I got a question for you, and I got some sound that I got to play you next on Brock and Salk.
2025. What a ride.
And the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
How many did we play? 15 innings?
15 innings.
The fans literally extending the whole game.
One of the most amazing games ever.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. That's the thing.
A good indication of what happens next.
This feels like a beginning.
This is where you hear it happen. Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Hey, I used to wonder, right, do I have enough money to retire? What is that going to look like? Am I going to be taken care of financially in my later years? Am I missing something? And I met with Trajan Wealth, and now I got answers. I got a real plan. These are not just advisors. We're talking about fiduciaries, and they treated me like family. So take the stress off your shoulders. I know you can feel it, especially this time of year after the holidays. Call Trajan Wealth and get your plan started today. They'll take the time to really get to know you, your risk tolerance level, your goals, your timeline, and then working with you, they'll develop a wealth management plan that reflects all of those values they got from you. Call Trajan Wealth today, 206-656-3300. That's 206-656-3300. Or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's my friends online at PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st, for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III. Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Let's see. Well, I certainly don't need Microsoft Word on this computer in order to answer the question jerk in a few minutes. That's helpful. So we'll try it with Notepad or whatever other garbage is actually on this computer.
So
it's been
you
quite
realize
a day.
the cameras keep rolling during breaks.
Oh, is that true?
Right? Yeah.
No, they don't.
I think people really enjoyed. I didn't say the microphones did.
The camera doesn't keep rolling. Your camera, you're just our iPad.
No,
does.
it's not on the stream.
The camera's not rolling the whole time.
That's too bad.
Yeah,
they missed a show right there.
I just the number of things that are not working on this computer is truly mind-boggling.
I told Brock you were having goons at att.net level computer issues today.
I mean, you want to hear this whole story? I'll give you the next 15 minutes complaining about my IT issues today, having to reset my password. Nothing works anywhere in this building. And then trying to get the computer in here, which was replaced, even though nobody asked for it to be replaced a couple of weeks ago. And nobody asked the host who actually used the computer what they might want on it. Then the engineer who did it left. And don't even get me started. Well, now you got me started. So this has been quite a 4.5 hour experience trying to deal with the IT issues in this building today. So we will try to answer the question jerk on Notepad coming up here in about 10 or 12 minutes. Also add it to our
Google Doc. I can
no, I'm not using the Google. You know what? Okay. No, I don't have my Google Doc on here either. I'll use Notepad like some sort of a computer programmer from the 1990s. like this ridiculous working in squalor here. It's just absurd. Anywho. One thing that does work is our ability to play sound. It didn't for a little while this morning, but I, being the intuitive genius that I am, was able to fix that. I got some sound.
Just stacking plays.
Huh?
So look at you just stacking plays.
Just stacking plays. Thank you, Mara. You want some sound on Sam Darnold? Here you go. Let me start with Rick, because we spent some time talking about him. I wrote about him last night on my home computer, which works just fine. I'll let you know. Here's Rich Eisen saying that really the problem with Darnold is the same problem with everybody.
The issue for the Seahawks isn't if Darnold's going to hold on to the football, is you could say the same thing if Bo Nix holds on to the football, C.J. Stroud holds on to the football, Josh Allen holds on to the football, Trevor Lawrence holds on to the football, Drake May holds on to the football. If Justin Herbert doesn't have those turnovers like he did in last year's playoffs.
Sure.
If Caleb Williams continues to not throw interceptions, even if he threw one against the Lions, if he holds on to the football, if Hurts holds on to the football, you see where I'm going here? There are so many other teams in the playoffs you could say the same thing about. That's what's so wide open about this playoff field.
Yeah, I think it makes it as level as it's ever been. Certainly in the AFC, there's organizations saying this is our chance. Certainly, C.J. Stroud in Houston and Bo Nix in Denver. This and Herbert in this is our chance.
Mm-hmm.
There's no Mahomes. There's no Lamar. There's no Joe Burrow. There's nobody that's been there and done it. Aaron Rodgers has. And even in Pittsburgh, we're going to get DK back, and now we got TJ Watt back, and the first game is at home. And there's so many organizations, I think more so even on that side, saying this is the level it's ever been.
No, I think that part is true. The other side of it, though, is not every one of those quarterbacks had 14 picks and 11 fumbles this year. And a few of those coming in big moments late in games or near each goal line. Unfortunately for Sam, his mess ups were big, right? They weren't a ton of them, especially interception wise, but when they happened, they felt just deflating and crushing at times. And then 11 fumbles. He didn't lose all of them, but 11 fumbles in 17 games is a pretty remarkable number. So, yeah, you're right. Every quarterback, you say, as long as they don't turn it over. But unfortunately for Sam, he's turned it over a little bit more than some of those other quarterbacks have. But as I said, I'm trying to be pretty positive about Sam today and trying to think of him as a football player more than just a quarterback. You can read some of my thoughts on that. It's up at seattlesports.com. All right, that was Rich Eisen. Here's Dan Orlovsky, and he was the guy, Brock, who I thought really nailed it last week and talking about the Seahawks defense. Maybe he's somebody we could try to talk to later this week or early next week, just because of I thought that was a really prescient point about the Seahawks defense. But here he is on Sam Darnold.
I can make the case that he's the opposite of a front-running quarterback. Sam Darnold's played his best football when trailing this year. The reality is Seattle doesn't really have much of a weakness outside of their inability to run the football, and I know they did better against San Francisco. That's more of a San Francisco thing than a Seattle thing, but it's a remarkable defense, and I think they got a quarterback that just has a pulse here right now. It has not been, remarkable this season by Sam Darnold. There's been moments that have had me concerned, but I think that he's capable to play his best football when it matters the most.
In the last 3 weeks, right? Really, with the Rams game, that's when this narrative started. Okay, you lose to the Rams, you have your biggest clunker of the year. How are you going to respond? Well, pretty fortuitous schedule with Phillip Rivers and Max Brosmer and a chance to get healthy, but you had to do that and take advantage of it, and you did. And then it set up the final 3-week gauntlet, against 3 playoff teams. And, are you going to change your narrative from the season before, where you also won 14 games, but it fell short in the gauntlet at the end of the year? Or is it going to be the same old, same old?
I think Sam's done a lot this year to change some of the perception, some of the conversation, certainly of mine, and I don't think I'm alone. I think a lot of people are viewing him differently than they did a year ago, and the win over the Niners goes a long way to doing it.
Yep.
I do believe, though, that there's going to be a game, and there has to be, for him to really change and bring it all the way around. You got to do it against one of the better defenses in a big game. In San Francisco, for all of the all the challenges they presented with their offense, their defense had just given up 40-something points to the Bears the week before, and the Seahawks mustered all of 13. I know that's not all Darnold's fault. I know that there was, he did some other things that were really great in the game and some huge clutch throws, and it's not his fault that the kicker missed a couple. But 13 points, he threw for 150 yards. It's not like he lit the world on fire there. He did what that game required, which is great. That's being a football player. But I think if he does it against Philly, I think if he does it against the Rams, if he could do it against one or both of those teams in the playoffs, I think that goes a long way. Now, look, he did it against Houston earlier this year, played a good game, and they won and beat arguably the other best defense in the league this year. He's beaten the Rams as well. They've played some good defenses.
Beaten the Niners, beaten Jacksonville, who ends up winning 12 games this year.
He's beaten good teams.
Yep.
But you beat a really good defense in the playoffs. Philly and the Rams are the two that come to mind in the NFC.
Yep.
I think that will really change a lot of the thought process.
Kind of smelling like it's going to be those two, huh? As you just kind of look at this tournament, as DJ laid out the tournament, and as he picked his games, and he picked Chicago and Philly to win at home, and LA to go on the road as big favorites, and then you're down to the 4, and you're down to in Philly and in Seattle and LA, 3 of the 4 better defenses. Chicago is a bit messy on that side, and we'll see if and how that could ever possibly match up. But it does. Just kind of as you look at the tournament and you lay it out.
Kind of feels that way.
It wouldn't be unreasonable if it's LA in the division and Philly coming to town for the NFC title.
Kind of feels like that's the direction this is going to go. And you know what? You beat those 2 teams, that's pretty legit. That'd be a pretty legit way to get to the Super Bowl this year, by beating those 2 teams. One with pedigree, one that's been kind of your hurdle to try to climb over. That would be pretty cool.
I'd take the pretty out of it. I'd say that's the most legitimate way you could do it. Like there'd be no fluky to it, just like taking advantage and taking care of these final 3 games. There was nothing handed to you. There was no, oh, you got to play a depleted. Oh, yep, they all rested their guys. Oh,
yeah,
no, you didn't.
Or Carolina like sneaking in, like that would be the kind of thing where afterwards you're like, man, they really lucked into that. Like that team was not that good. Stumbled into a couple of big wins.
Yep.
You beat LA and Philly. Yeah, I think that would be a pretty legit way to get to the Super Bowl. Here's Chris Long also talking about Darnold and his reaction to watching him on Saturday.
I thought he played pretty well in this game. Like, as much as I came out of the game and said, hey, man, like Sam Darnold, that's the kind of game that's going to keep you from beating the allegations. There's still little things like throwing a hospital ball, staring down JSN at the pylon, like staring him down. The 1st and 1 down there on the goal line before they don't pick it up, like, you got to be fast to the flat there. There's a couple little nitpicky things, right? Like, and history tells me that, like, hey, he's got to prove it in the playoffs. But if they can run the ball like that, which they did a very good job of in this game, I thought their tight ends, the receivers blocked their asses off in this game. I thought they did a good job of getting little man indicators, pre-snap motion, that type of thing.
You know what else they did a great job of? And something we have seen, I think Brady Henderson highlighted this on Twitter the other day. Their screen game has been effective, and maybe the most effective it's been in our tenure here in Seattle. Like Russ was not a great screen guy. I think there was size kind of dimensions with that. The scheme with Greb, there wasn't really enough play action or run game or line of scrimmage. And Waldron was just, unfortunately, a kind of a Rolodex deal this season. And DJ hit on that with the athleticism of Gray Zabel. Who, by the way, did you see who had the highest PFF grade in the NFL?
I did.
Week 18?
Gray Zabel.
That was Gray Zabel.
Pretty cool.
And the way he moves, the way Sundell moves, the way the cross can move, even Big Abe can move, like that screen game to K9 has been enormous over the last 4 weeks as well. And if you can play that card in the playoffs, Mahomes and Reed have won multiple Super Bowls with their tight end and their running back and their creativity and their screen game. That's been nice to see come to life, and something I think Sam's pretty good at as well.
I got a text that says, I'm with you, Salk. Technology sucks, and it's frustrating most of the time. Let me just tell you, first of all, you're right. Technology is either great or it sucks. That's sort of the challenge. This is my biggest objection to technology, Brock. This is my number one objection.
What is it?
Fixing problems that don't exist. And there's one great example, and then I now have a very specific example. Okay. The biggest example of fixing problems that don't exist is in your car. It's all of the various ways they're trying to change the gear shift. As if just moving something back and forth was such a challenge for people. Now you've got to press a button or twist a knob or turn a dial. None of that is necessary.
You mean like when you go to Jiffy Lube and they bring in your air filter?
That's all garbage. But that's not what I mean.
Look how filthy this air filter is. You need this air filter fixed.
Ridiculous, that stuff. But that's a different problem. That's people trying to lie and cheat and steal. This is like fixing a problem that doesn't exist. Was anybody have a problem going from drive to park? No. But then you get in a rental car and you're like, I don't have a clue how to use this stupid thing. I got to press a button, turn a knob, jump out of the car, get back in, open the sunroof. Like you need a code just to put your car in drive.
I want to say it was a Mercedes. This was a couple years ago, Salk, along those lines.
Insanity.
Car. There was like this little Mercedes SUV or something, and I got in, and it took me 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Where's the ignition?
My dad returned the car.
I think it was on the blinker. I think it was on the end of the blinker.
Sometimes there's a reason we have these standards. Here's the other one. So I told you my dishwasher broke right before Thanksgiving, and it's been quite a thing. And then the people who installed the new one damaged something. And anyway, here's the thing: the only feature I really used on my old dishwasher, I turn it on, and the only feature I would really use on my dishwasher was a delay feature. You have a delay feature on your dishwasher?
I'm sure
where you can delay it 2 hours, 3, 4 hours, whatever you need. And it's great at night if you're going to go take a shower or something right after you start the dishes so that you're not using the hot water in both places at once. So I use it all the time. We'd always set it for later. And it's just there. You press a button. The new dishwasher, it's the same dishwasher I had, just updated. It's a Bosch. You can't do it from the dishwasher now. You know what you have to use to start the dishwasher on a delay?
App.
Your freaking phone. Because who the heck wants to use your phone to start your dishwasher? Oh, boy, you know what would be great is if I could start my dishwasher from my bed. This is the biggest waste of time, energy, technology, money, everything you could imagine. Why would you possibly need that?
Is this why we were fighting Saturday night?
The old way worked
figure out what was
fine.
going on and what was going on in Salk's life. He was kind of on one Saturday night. What? And now I know.
I would really like to just be able to start my dishwasher on delay from the dishwasher, but now I need to download an app, get my dishwasher on Wi-Fi, thank God, and then I can start the dishwasher on delay from my room and wonder whether or not it actually started instead. Don't get, you know what?
Personal question.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Oh, I'm positive.
Were you wearing your glasses?
Yes,
I'm
Brock. I am positive. I spent so long looking at it. You know what? Don't you get in my head. I am positive. It is the dumbest thing in the world. Let's answer some questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk.
A lot of people agreeing here on the text toy, bro.
Oh, of course.
A lot of people. I agree with Salk. Thank you. Come on, install it yourself, be a man. Install, the filter? That stuff's all garbage. Forget about that. Salk, I agree 1,000%. I also have a Bosch. The delay feature is stupid. Thank you. What are we doing? I've never agreed with Salk more. God forbid the dishwasher isn't closed and you have to go up, get up anyway. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Not everything needs to be on Wi-Fi.
No.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Jerks. When sleeping outside of your own bed, which is more important to a good night's rest, the mattress or the pillow?
Oof.
I'd like to hear Lyle's answer on this.
I can't ever say I've given it much thought. I guess the mattress.
But see, he's young still. It's the pillow.
It's a mattress for me.
But do you have back?
Like, you guys sit around and think about that?
I have neck pain.
Yeah.
The older
Lyle,
you get,
when
the
I
more
lay
things
down
start
in
to
it,
hurt if you don't have the right.
Yeah. And when I lay down in it, I'm like, oh, way too soft. That's just going to not be good. Going to be sore tomorrow. Going to feel
At
this
your
tomorrow.
age, it didn't bother me if I slept on the wrong pillow. Now it bothers my neck.
This is I've struggled with this question. Both are incredibly important. You can survive a bad pillow more than a bad mattress.
Yes. That's well said.
But I definitely bring my pillow anywhere I go within driving distance.
Yeah, didn't you have a whole, like, you had the listeners weigh in on what pillow you should get?
Yeah, because I like a very, very thin pillow.
Very thin?
Yeah. Very, but memory foam, so it's still got some, like, oomph to it.
Okay. Yeah. What kind of pillow and mattress do you like, Lyle?
He doesn't know. Never thought about it.
I mean, you're right. I haven't.
So you don't care what kind of pillow, whatever kind of pillow they throw on the bed, whatever's there is fine. Doesn't matter. No difference to you. Thin, thick, ones that, are gummy, ones that sort of you collapse it. You don't care at all. It doesn't affect you in the least.
If you're talking about at a hotel or at somebody's house, yeah, I've never stopped to think about it.
Do you have a preference on what's in your own house?
I don't really know. A comfortable mattress?
I love you, man.
Do you like it firm? Do you like it soft? Do you know?
What? You
Like,
can
what
you
is
can
your
get
mattress?
different styles of mattress?
I mean, you see the commercials on TV for that stuff. I don't know.
Jerks, is it a social Brock, come back. Is it a social faux pas to order soda at breakfast? Diet Coke specifically. Yes.
No.
I think so. Brunch, yes, you'd be okay, but not until after like 10 o'clock.
As a former server, brunch is when everybody orders like 10 drinks. It's really annoying. You'll have two people at a table on a full tray. Like they got a Bloody Mary and an orange juice and a coffee and a water. And so, I mean, it's just par for the course.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jerks, will they name Cal Raleigh the captain this year? Is that done by player vote? Should be a slam dunk. They've never had a captain before. Never done it. Do you think it happens this year?
Most teams in baseball don't have it. I think Aaron Judge is the only one.
Yeah, I don't see Cal approving that. Kind of like Sam Darnold not wanting to climb the ladder with the sword at SC. I think that they'd have to.
No, but I think he told Shannon last year that he would like it because he grew up with Veritek as his
right.
hero. So since he said it, I feel like they should do it with everything he accomplished.
Interesting.
Geez, Salk is dropping gems today. I've never agreed with him more. Thank you. I know. These are good takes.
Lyle, it's Tuesday, January 6th. When do pitchers and catchers report for the Mariners?
Roughly a month and 10 days from now.
So like 40 days from pitchers and catchers reporting?
Yeah.
I mean, should we see? There's not been much baseball activity.
Kind of waiting.
For the college football playoffs to end, or are they kind of waiting for the...
That's probably it. Yeah, they're probably waiting for the college football playoffs to end.
Well, they ended for Justin.
That's probably it.
Buckeyes.
Yeah,
Buckeyes.
that's probably it.
Justin.
Let's see. Answer the question, jerk. I went to a local restaurant for a Seahawks watch party. I had a ham and bacon burger. What's a non-traditional addition or food to put on a burger that enhances it? By the way, that burger is one of the best I've ever had. Is there anything you like on a burger that's non-traditional?
I don't know. I mean, a fried egg's not that.
Right. That would have been my answer.
Right? Yeah.
It's non-traditional, but it's not uncommon now.
Correct.
I love a fried egg on a burger, though. I think that's awesome.
Is it Red Robin that's got the pineapple?
Yeah, a bunch of places will do that, kind of a teriyaki
Like
burger.
their pineapple teriyaki burger.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That'd probably be the other one. Pastrami. I mean, you're not going to go wrong with anything. Any pork on there. Bacon, pastrami,
Sure.
ham.
Question for Brock. Best game you played in where the defense was what won it for your team?
Well,
typical quarterback is like, I can't think of any games where it was the defense.
Played with some pretty good defenses. My first year as a starter. I mean, that team, we ran the ball with Corey Dillon and we played elite defense. Probably when Shorak sacked Sarkisian like 11 times. That'd probably be the one.
All right.
Beat a BYU team. That was their only loss of the year. So I lean into that one. The Apple Cup, my last Apple Cup, and the ice cold and fog and Wazoo didn't do much offensively. Defense played great. So just multiple. It's too many dimensions.
Peanut butter is getting the lion's share of the answers here. A lot of people like peanut butter.
Have you done that on a burger?
I've done it. It's pretty good. Someone's saying black garlic. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious.
Huh.
All right. Jerks, why do you always sound so put out when you get callers and they ask, how are you guys doing today? It's a good question. Thank you for asking. Because we're not here to have a conversation about how we're doing today. Just get to your point. Just say what you want to say. You know how I'm doing. You've been listening to me. You're just wasting time. We only have so much time here together every day. We want to get to more callers. Don't waste our time.
It's a good conversation.
You know what?
How you doing?
Just ask your question or make your statement. Just get in there. You don't text every time and say, how are you doing? Here's my thought for you. Just jump right into it.
I kind of like tech issues. They get you fired up.
This one.
You feel alive today. So.
Yeah. I got to run out of here, though. I got to get going because I got to go to the doctor today.
For what?
Just my checkup.
Yeah. Is this your annual?
Yeah. Just my
Brock, don't start talking about
annual.
tea, please.
Yeah.
How old are you now?
47.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we'll see where this goes. Man, I never got to ask you my question either. I was going to ask you about Moses Lake. I got to go to Moses Lake this weekend.
What, Maura? Why are you so reticent over there, Maura? Where do you think I was going to go with that?
Well, when you said annual, I think we were just making sure that you got it right.
Yeah, annual.
You got a little invasive last year.
Did I?
Well, let's hope that's not the story of my doctor's appointment today. We're going to have to get going. We'll be back tomorrow morning.
You can ask me about Moses Lake tomorrow.
Yeah, I will.
Yes.
I need recommendations. Is there anything to do in Moses Lake?
Oh, so much to do.
I don't think there is.
Oh.
It sounds like it's going to be sort of a Denny's versus Perkins kind of a conversation. We may need some of our Moses Lake. I've never really spent any time there.
They got this restaurant there where you can get crepes and guacamole.
I found that in Kennewick. All right, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Stick around for Bump and Stacy. They're coming up next. Joel Klatt will be with us tomorrow. Until then, the hay
is in the bar.
Even in Moses Lake. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
$2025. What a ride.
The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with the two-point conversion catch. Holy cow!
So glad we can get done at home in front of the 12s.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Lumen Field in Seattle.
This is where you hear it happen.
We've won so many different ways all year.
Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
Trying to find a needle in a haystack? Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Robert was in big trouble with the IRS.
Yes, I owed them a lot of money, over $52,000.
Then he heard about civic tax relief.
They took great care of me. It went really quick. $52,000 that I owed, and they had a payoff for $100, and the IRS accepted it. Man.
Off the hook for just $100?
Civic Tax Relief will take care of you. Give them a call.
Call Civic Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation. 800-881-4555. 800-881-4555. Individual results may vary. Visit civictaxrelief.com for more information.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Let's go! This This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Sports Snapshot.
From ESPN's Adam Schefter, Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph is expected to interview this week for vacancies at the Raiders, Cardinals, Giants, and Titans head coaching position. One thing said after Week 18, your 2025 NFL draft order. The Raiders have the first overall pick, followed by the Jets, Cardinals, Titans, Giants, Browns, Commanders, Saints, Chiefs, and Bengals.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time.